Please let the house come to order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer. The gentlelady from Hines, Representative Summers, will introduce our guest minister for the day. And please remain standing after our prayer for the Pledge of Allegiance. Lady from Hines.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Let me see if y'all some church-going folks. God is good. And all the time. Let the church say. Amen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the House. On behalf of my colleague, Representative Robert Sanders, a mighty man of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, our Deputy Clerk, Ms. Felicia Brown, my sorority sister, and yours truly, it is absolutely a pleasure to introduce an inspiring woman of faith, purpose, and passion. A native of Madison County, Jen Richards is a proud and dedicated member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated and an active member of New Home Ministries. Jen is a dynamic, motivational speaker and an anointed gospel artist whose heart for ministry shines through everything that she does. She continues to uplift and empower audiences through both her words and her music, and she is a songstress. She recently released her powerful single called Delighted, which is available right now on all digital platforms. So after she prays, get on your phone and download that. Please join me in welcoming my soror, the phenomenal Jen Richards.
God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for allowing us to be a part of a great nation, the United States of America. Lord, we need you. We need you to cover Mississippi as it stands alongside 49 other states united on the pillars of strength and courage. Lord, we stand in a pivotal time when we are at war. We need you to guide the President of the United States as he makes decisions in the midst of bloodshed. Lord, we pray for our Governor, Tate Reeves, and the House of Representatives and the Senate. Lord, rest your mighty hand on them. Lord, we come against division, and we ask when decisions are being made which concern law, clear prejudices, and let them be made with your word in mind. Lord, we pray the blood of Jesus rest on our government officials in the House of Representatives and Senate. Cover and protect their families. Lord, rest in the capital of Mississippi as mercy and grace abounds. Let the divine nine stand with the legislature to make our state a better Mississippi. Lord, in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. And Father, you have been so good to the state of Mississippi. We are grateful. Let us maintain our diplomacy as we pray for peace in Mississippi and the United States of America. As Operation Epic Fury is taking place, Lord, we are asking you to silence the enemy and grant us peace. Mississippi rests in who you are. And as our currency of this great nation states, in God we trust. Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I believe we have a couple of special guests today who are not with us yet, so we're going to, I'll look for other introductions of our guests. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If everyone would look to the North Gallery, we have an adorable group of third graders from First Presbyterian Day School who are here today touring their capital, along with their teacher, Kendall Waters. If you would, please help me make them welcome.
Welcome. Good to have you young people here today. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's going to take just a minute, if you don't mind. Y'all see some trees on your desk there this morning. They're given to you by the Forestry Commissions and the Mississippi Forestry Association. And they're persimmon trees. They're not a pine tree this time around. They're persimmon trees. And I'm going to ask these folks to stand up in the South Gallery, if you don't mind. They stand as I call on you. It's the Mississippi Forestry Association. Would you stand up? Mississippi Loggers Association and the Mississippi Forestry Commission. And this is the people that keeps all the wheels rolling, gets all the lumber to the mills and all in Mississippi, and the best they can do is to help prevent forest fires, and all working together as a group. Give them a good hand. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here today, for the roles you play in our state. You're welcome at your capital anytime. It's good to have you. Gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as you came in the chamber today, on the north side of the chamber by Renee's desk, you saw a cooler that has chocolate milk and white milk in it, and I want to let y'all know that that is provided by the Beeson Family Farms Dairy in Philadelphia, Mississippi, and we appreciate them providing that. If you have not got you a bottle of chocolate milk or milk, please go out there and get it. They'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're saying people have a choice. Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to introduce a couple of those foresters up there from Copiah County, but I see they've since moved on, but I'll call their names anyway. Mr. Rod Pyram, Ben Tony, Joe Coates, Brent Cade from the Copiah County Forestry Association. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I don't see any further introductions at this time. We will go to the calendar. Concurrence, non-concurrence calendar. Appropriations passes. Ways and Means. All right. Gentleman from Sunflower wishes to take up his item on the concurrence, non-concurrence calendar. I'm sorry, gentlemen, I didn't see you. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1758, and
Right.
we will concur with the.
You are recognized to explain your concurrence motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1758, the Senate sit back. Our House bill, they had a few just periods, little grammatical changes there, but it's the exact same bill, and we will concur with them.
I don't see any, gentlemen. He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the gentleman's motion to concur, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the concurrence motion passes. All right, we will move on. Appropriations passes. Ways and Means passes. That gets us down to the general calendar. Education. Text me that, screenshot that, text it. Judd B. Gentleman from Grenada, Chairman of Judd B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item number 2, Senate Bill number 2126, and advance the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you've got a strike all.
Yeah, I move that strike all be adopted.
You want to adopt that now and then explain?
Yes.
All right. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike all amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically what this does is the Senate sent over some language whereby individuals cannot get their name changed in an effort to avoid sex registry, registering on the sex offender registry. What our strike all did was allow those individuals that were have gotten married that may be needing to change their last name. They are allowed to make those changes for purposes of being married as long as they notify the registry that or divorce that they can make those changes as long as they notify the registry within a specific period of time. That's the explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Nothing, Mr. Speaker. Move final passage.
Question on the bill. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Chairman Yield.
Yes.
Chairman, you know, we had a little discussion last week, and I don't necessarily have a problem with the intent of the bill, but under the law, we have 2 statutes. We have one statute deal with a name change and one deals with a birth certificate correction.
Correct.
Okay? And with the birth certificate correction, that is an extremely high burden to meet. And many times people have to go under the name change statute in order to make just minor corrections to it.
Right.
What my concern is, if whatever reason, my first name is Bryant, B-R-Y-A-N-T.
Yes.
My birth certificate had B-R-Y-A-N. I'm applying for Social Security. I can't get Social Security because some records show the T, some showing no T. I can't meet the burden. My concern is about those individuals not being able to receive certain benefits as a result of their name being misspelled and can't meet the burden under the name correction.
Gentlemen, this only applies to those individuals that are currently on the sex offender registry. I checked this morning, you are not there.
I'm not there. I'm glad I'm not there, gentlemen. And, you know, I'm going to leave that alone.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to leave it alone. But gentlemen, even if you are
we had the conversations about it, but I've reread the bill, and this would only apply to those individuals that are currently on the sex registry and are making a change before they can get that. Prohibits those individuals that are on the sex registry from making those changes, except for those 2, exceptions, divorce and whether or not they're marrying somebody. It has nothing to do with whether or not you're changing a birth certificate. It has nothing to do with
So it's only dealing with situation with marriage.
That's correct. Marriage, yes, or divorce.
Okay.
Right.
So if you got a person who still want to correct their birth certificate, they're fine.
They're fine. There's no notice to them that you're applying or anything like that.
Okay.
An individual on the sex registry can correct their birth certificate. There wouldn't be any prohibition against that in this bill. The same standard would apply to them as does everyone else, gentlemen, in that code section.
And I guess what I'm getting at, gentlemen, is that sometimes people cannot go. Very few people are able to go under the actual correction. They have to go under the name change to make a correction.
This does not
It will not affect them.
It does not affect the name change code section.
All right, and I'm finna check that register for a certain gentleman from Grenada.
Make sure. All right. Look around for the rest of us too. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Gentlemen, if we could get to a couple of introductions, is gentleman from Rankin? While he's coming forward, just give us 1 second, gentlemen from Grenada. While they come forward to introduce our special guest in the South Gallery, I would like to get y'all to help me welcome in the North Gallery some fourth graders from Christ Covenant School in Ridgeland who are here today at their capital checking out what we're doing. I believe it's 44 fourth grade students, and they're all waving at y'all, but I'm waving at y'all's teacher, Miss Maggie. She grew up in West, where I live, and she used to come to my house when she was in school, and she babysat my kids when they were y'all's age. So she's been herding cats a long time. But I want to welcome her to the Capitol today, and y'all are a good-looking group, and I'm glad y'all are here to see your Capitol in action, and you're welcome here anytime. And while I'm here at the mic, I want to also recognize on the front row, not affiliated with the Christ Covenant fourth graders, Mary Catherine Dean, who is the director of our economic and business efforts in Kosciuszko and Atala County, and she is the executive director of the Kosciuszko-Atala Partnership, and she is here working on economic development efforts for my district and my region. So I appreciate her being here. Y'all help me welcome her to the Capitol as well. We are excited about her new leadership with our organization. All right, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of Rules, to recognize our special guest in the South Gallery, along with the gentleman from Choctaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today we have the East Webster High School Wolverines football team, as well as the varsity cheer team, and Representative Hood was going to say a few words about them.
Gentleman from Choctaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I have in the South Gallery today the East Webster Wolverines, who won their first ever state football championship with a record of 14-1. It was a cold day at Scott Field in Starkville, Mississippi when we played Heidelberg, which is the lady from Jones's team. It was a very tough battle. They had some adversity, but they battled back. I know a lot of the individuals on this football team, and the coach, and the principal, and the teachers up there. And so what I wanted to do is take this opportunity to recognize them for their accomplishment and what they have done. They have made our state and our communities proud. So if you'll please help join me in congratulating them on winning the 2A state football championship.
Congratulations, gentlemen. I enjoyed watching y'all's season from afar. You had a fine season, and you certainly represented your community and your school and your families very well. You'll be commended for that. Congratulations to you all.
And I've told them, Mr. Speaker, not to get them back to Webster County to 3 o'clock today. So I just want to make sure we got that record straight. They deserve a day out of school for that.
Did you put that in the resolution, gentlemen?
We can amend it right now if we need to, Mr. Speaker.
I can't believe when they told me that Representative Bailey was buying all of their lunch today. Did y'all believe that?
I think they're Mama Hamels represented.
Sounds like a heck of a deal for me, right?
That's right. That's
Congratulations, guys. You have further introduction, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. We have the cheerleading team. Are they in the North Gallery now?
I think you got them, gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have in the North Gallery the East Webster non-tumbling state champions for 2025 in 1-4A. Not only were they cheering the Wolverines on for their football state championship, but they went and won their own state championship after football season was over. They made our state and our community proud, and I know the young men and the coaches behind me couldn't have done it without their support, and I know how much effort goes into cheering and the exercise and the routine. So please help us congratulate them on winning the state championship, the East Webster Wolverines non-tumbling.
Congratulations. Congratulations, ladies. Y'all represent your community and school and families very well as well. You're to be congratulated on that. It's also cool that you have a great football team to cheer for. So congratulations on that. It's good to have you here today. All right, we'll go back to the calendar. I recognize the gentleman from Grenada for further work. I believe we're down to item 3, gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask that that item be passed and remain its place on the calendar.
All right.
Its place. Okay.
Is there objection? Gentleman's asking it retain its place. We'll follow that procedure. You recognize, gentlemen.
Call up item number 4, Senate Bill number 2138. Advance usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill. I see you've got a strike all.
Move to adopt the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Motion.
Gentlemen, go ahead. Moves that we adopt the strike all. If you're in favor of the gentleman's strike all, indicate saying aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As to this particular item, the motion is to lay it on the table subject to call.
All right. I see no one seeking recognition. Gentleman's motion is to lay this bill on the table subject to call of the chair. If you're in favor of the gentleman's motion, indicate saying aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 5, Senate Bill 2230, in advance of usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Current law authorizes certain search warrants and other writs to be done electronically. This bill expands the ability of justice court judges, circuit judges, and county court judges to do electronic hearings and notices to and enter protective orders and warrants electronically on certain misdemeanors. That is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pass item number 6, Senate Bill 2107, and ask that it maintain its place on the calendar.
All right. Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll follow that procedure.
Judge B yields floor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Wildlife? He passes. Youth and Family Affairs? I don't see the gentleman. Ag? Gentleman from Walthall, Chairman of Agriculture, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 10, Senate Bill 2631. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Mississippi Grain Indemnity Act. It's the same bill that the House passed. It's just a volunteer program that grain producers can join in case of grain buyer files for bankruptcy and they can get their money back. And that's the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? My board's lit up with names, probably for introductions. Anybody have a question on the bill? I see no questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 11, Senate Bill 2637. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Northeast District livestock shows, allowing greater flexibility where they can hold the shows in case they was to need to move it. That's an explanation of the bill, sir.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do we legislate at all where these can or cannot occur?
It's always been in statute that district shows will be held in certain places, and in this case, in this district, the facilities may not be quite up to par at this time, and the 4-H'ers leaders wants to move it to a different location if there's not improvements. That's the reason. But it's always been in statute that they're held in certain places, and that's from a long time back.
So anytime a better facility's built or somewhere that could garner more participants opens up, we have to come and legislate and allow them to have a livestock show there?
Apparently so.
Could we just take out the requirements altogether and take this out of the legislature's hand?
No, in some places they're not equipped to have them. So there goes to the best facility in that district. And there's several counties involved in these districts, and there's 4 different districts through the state.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you tell me where this is currently held in the Northeast District?
Right now it's at Verona.
Okay, at the Ag Center out there?
And they're planning on improving the facilities, and this is just in case if something happens and the facility doesn't get brought up to par, that they could move it.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, as we look at the North Mississippi thing that's going on up there, will you give it enough time to make sure that everything is taken care of? Is that your word?
Yes, we've talked about that, and this is not set in stone. It will be moved. It's just allow them if the facilities are not brought up to standards that they won't. Okay. And you said you're working with your local people to make that happen. So this is not saying it will be moved. It just gives them the flexibility.
So we will revisit it next year to make sure everything's taken care of. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Lee. Gentlemen, we talked about this bill in committee, and Verona was never mentioned in that bill or in our discussion in there. Is this bill a result of Verona?
Yes. They need to do, Mississippi State is using that facility for research on sweet potatoes, and the local people has promised that they're going to do some improvements on the facilities, and this is just to kind of spur that on, that the facilities gets improved.
Well, the reason I questioned that was because this is adjoining our experiment station there.
That is, it is on the experiment
And
station.
Mississippi State should have been aware of this before this.
Mississippi State was aware of it.
But is it because that they couldn't get cooperation from our local government or what?
It has been run down, and
I couldn't hear you.
it has been elected, and this helped spur the local to put some money in to improve the facilities. But
Well,
Mississippi State is using it for research.
Well, I believe I heard the question about the time on this. Is there a time frame on this? Is any time frame given Verona to get their house in order?
They are supposed to start working on it this year.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I need to see if it's possible that we can put a 2-year repealer on this bill to make sure everything's taken care of so it come back again.
Well, yes, if they start working this year, there's no problem.
So you
If
will
it
agree
takes
to
2
an
years.
appeal?
Yeah, that's
repeal
not a
it, correct?
problem. It's just giving them an option, and if they don't come through, they could move.
Okay. We'll get an amendment to that effect, okay, for a repealer.
All right, I don't see any further questions on this bill.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 105 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Let's pause for a moment. I believe we've got several introductions. I will recognize the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Gibbs.
Mr. Speaker, I have 2 introductions this morning. Drawing our attention to the north side of the gallery, we are pleased to have with us CSG South, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan member organization representing 15 southern states. Today we have Ms. Jaslyn Jones with us, the program associate, policy analyst Aaron Parton, as well as director of policy and programs Jill Clark. We want to welcome them to the state of Mississippi today.
Welcome.
Mr. Speaker, also turning our attention to the South Gallery, today is National Pan-Hellenic Council Day at the Mississippi Capitol. We have all of our Divine Nine fraternities and sororities here with us advocating for their respective organizations. We are pleased to be joined with Al J. Thompson, our District Director of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and I also see a former regional director with us this morning, Ms. Juanita Sims Doty of Alpha Kappa Alpha. We want to welcome them to the Capitol today.
Welcome. Good to have y'all here at the Capitol today. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Jones County delegation, we're glad to have the Jones County Farm Bureau here in the North Gallery. If y'all would please stand. They are Kirby Malden, Joey Bradshaw, Melinda Bradshaw, Larry Jeffcoat, Stan Norwood, Sean McDonald, Rex Buckholtz, and Demetra Fagan. Thank y'all for joining us.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, they just walked out. I wanted to echo Representative Gibbs' welcome. My husband was in the gallery visiting us with the men of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity. He just walked out, so we can still make him welcome. Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of the Washington County delegation, we'd like to recognize one of the aldermen from the city of Metcalfe, Mississippi, and who is currently the Central District lead for Iota Phi Theta of Alpha Psi Omega Alumni Chapter of fraternity, who's in the South Gallery, Mr. Speaker. Please help make him feel welcome.
Welcome. All right, I recognize the Chairman of Rules to introduce our special guest in the North Gallery, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, along with Representative Price Wallace, we are commending and congratulating the Simpson Academy Lady Cougar softball team. I see they have head coach Matt Harrison with us, and we're congratulating them upon winning the MAIS Class 4A Division I State Softball Championship. So let's all give them a round of applause.
Congratulations. Congratulations, ladies, on a great season. You represented your schools and communities and families very well. You're to be proud of your efforts, and we're glad to have y'all here at the Capitol today. Gentleman from Walthall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Lincoln, my vice chair, to handle the next two bills, 12 and 13.
All right. Gentleman from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the first one up is 2648.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, a backstory on this for y'all that are not
Gentlemen, you
involved.
call that bill up, make
yes,
the usual
sir.
motion.
Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, sir. All right, a little bit of backstory for you folks that don't grow chickens like myself and Representative Wallace over there from Simpson County. Poultry farmers are required to have a dry litter poultry farm plan from the DEQ. So that current 5-year permit expires this year. So you've had a number of people retire from DEQ, the NRCS, which is the Natural Resource Conservation Service. And so they are limited people, and so there's a backlog of getting these permits done. So what this measure does would allow the MSU Extension Service to step in and help out with the litter plan for the farmers. And so there's not any money involved. The only training would have to be that one of the NRCS guys or ladies would train the one Extension Service agent, and then they would then train the other agents. So that is an explanation of the bill. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen. You got an amendment? Lady has an amendment?
I think so.
All right, seeing no questions. Lady, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment that I'm offering, the only thing that it does, it adds Alcorn State University, College of Agriculture and Applied Sciences to assist in the development of this CNMP, which is the Comprehensive Nutrition Management Plan.
Questions on the lady's amendment? I see no questions. Does the gentleman wish to respond? Gentleman from Lincoln.
We're good with the amendment, sir.
All right. Question occurs with the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the lady's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
We'd like to go to 2809, Senate Bill 2809, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the same bill that we passed, our House Bill 933, that was dealing with the ag theft officers. If something happened to them in the line of duty, if they were to pass or something, that they would be able to get their firearm as the other law enforcement agencies do whenever they retire or something would happen in the line of duty. That's an explanation of the bill. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask for unanimous consent to go to item 36?
You know you're going to start something when you do that.
Well, I don't have to.
No, you're good. Anybody object to the gentleman advancing to item 36? You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 36 is Senate Bill 2638. This is our, and we have a strike-off. This is our meat.
Yes, sir. I see you've got a strike-off. Got to call the bill up first.
Okay.
You make the usual motion, gentlemen?
Make the usual motion, yes,
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen. I see you've got a strike-off.
Yes, sir. This meat labeling is the same that we passed out of the House. It came from the Senate with a reverse repealer, and all we're doing is removing the repealer on it. So that's the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike-off? I don't see any, gentlemen. You move adoption?
I move adoption.
Question because the adoption of strike-all amendment 1. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike-all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates, for an introduction.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If everyone will turn your attention to the South Gallery, we have a second group of super adorable third graders from First Presbyterian School. If you guys will please stand and everybody help me make them welcome.
Good to see you young people at your Capitol today. We're glad to have you here, and you're welcome anytime. Y'all need to thank your teachers for bringing you today. You're recognized, gentlemen, for further work.
Could I move down to item 92, Senate Bill 2399, call it up, make the usual motion?
Is there objection to the gentleman advancing to item 92? Hearing none, we will do that. Gentleman makes the usual motion on item 92, Senate Bill 2399. He calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is asked from the Mississippi Department of Agriculture. It authorized DPS to provide security personnel at certain facilities to respond to security systems alarm. When the Capitol Complex was formed, the Department of Agriculture bill and the farmer market was not added to it. It was left out. And this does not ask for officers to be there at all time. It just gives them the freedom to call if there is an emergency or something, a special event that they might need security there. That's the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, gentlemen?
Agnew yields the floor.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will go back to item 14, public health. Military affairs. Gentleman from Tishomingo. There's somebody following you.
Mr. Speaker, I brought my soldiers with me today, a colonel and a sergeant major. Thank y'all for your service.
Gentlemen, you're recognized for the next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to the calendar, House Bill 2422, item number 15. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Gulfport, Mississippi, Sergeant Major Hollum, to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Senate Bill 2422 is a simple bill. It's a cooperative bill that allows our Adjutant General to go into convey real property to our local municipalities and different agencies that interact and have legal government authority to do so in the state of Mississippi. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen. You move final passage?
Final passage, Mr.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 16, Senate Bill 2425, make the usual motion. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from DeSoto County, Colonel Rodney Hall. Handle the bill.
Gentleman from DeSoto is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2425 is a bill that allows state and local governments to enter into support agreements with our military bases. So support agreements, public work, utilities, logistics support, things of that nature. It allows them to contract with our local folks instead of trying to hire somebody outside of the local community. Mr. Speaker, that's the explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could we, with unanimous consent, can we go down to item 73? That'll finish military affairs up for the day. It's item 73 on the calendar. Senate Bill 2018.
All right. Is there objection to the gentleman advancing to item 73? Hearing none, gentlemen, we will go there. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say today this is going to be monumental legislation. We will be the third state in the union to do this for our National Guard. You guys started the charge last year on this. On the other side, it didn't make it through, but we're able to get this through this year with the agreement of the Senate and the House. And what this will do, ladies and gentlemen, you voted on it numerous times. We will be able to provide health care insurance, the premiums for our soldiers. There's around 9,500 traditional guardsmen in the Guard. Not every one of them will take advantage because some have civilian insurance, of course, but the ones that are in a bind and need some help, it's actually going to help those soldiers to retain and recruit. The Adjutant General will use this as a tool in his toolbox to be able to recruit and retain. As you know, everything that's going on in the world today, We're needing to retain and recruit as many soldiers as we can, and I'm just going to stand here today to tell you the Mississippi Army National Guard is playing a major role in the world events that's going on today. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield for questions.
Gentlemen, you were on a roll, so I didn't interrupt you, but we need to call the bill up.
I'm sorry, I'd like to call up, House Bill 2018, Senate Bill 2018, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And I believe the gentleman's concluded his explanation. Are there questions on the bill? I see no questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Military Affairs yields the floor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Brings us down to item 17, universities and colleges. Gentleman from Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item number 17, Senate Bill 2610, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd like the gentleman from Copiah, Representative Holloway, to present the bill.
Gentleman from Copiah is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill is the bill that passed overwhelmingly here in the House to name the biotechnical building located at Alcorn State University to be named after a longtime Senator, Willie Simmons. And we have an amendment here.
You want to explain your amendment, gentlemen?
Yes, we want to do a strike all, put the House language back in here, and also add, they got Willie L. Simmons, and his name is Willie Lee Simmons. There's several other Willie Simmons, and so we just want to make Willie Lee Simmons the permanent name for the building. That's the gist of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you. It's item number 18, Senate Bill 2849. I'd like to call on the gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Calvert, to present the bill.
Gentleman from Lauderdale is recognized for the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Senate Bill 2849. It simply extends the repealer date on the Strengthening Mississippi Academic Research Through Business Act, commonly known as our Smart Business Act. We're extending the repealer to 2029. This is just like a House bill we passed that was a 3-year repealer. The Senate bill had a 2-year repealer, so we changed it to the House version with a 3-year repealer, and that's the explanation of the bill.
Gentlemen, you're saying the Senate's shorter than the House?
I guess you can say that.
All right, we need to call the bill up. You make the usual motion, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you've got a strike all. You've explained the strike all. I see no questions on the strike all. If you favor the strike all amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. I move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to skip down to item number 74, Senate Bill 2368, and make the usual motions.
Is there objection to the gentleman advancing to item 74? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure, gentlemen. You're recognized for item 74, Senate Bill 2368.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is the...
Gentlemen, you make the usual motion.
Yes, sir, I make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You are recognized, gentlemen. I see you've got strike all.
Yes, sir.
You want to explain it, or you want to adopt it first? How you want to do that?
Yes, sir.
You want to explain it?
Like to adopt the strike all.
All right. Question recurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. You're recognized for further explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Mississippi Help Grant. It's a financial aid program that provides full tuition for low-income families with a high school with an ACT average of 20 and also a grade point average of 2.4. It helps generally about 4,000 students every year at a cost of about $30 million, and that concludes my explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. I've got one more, if it's okay. I'd like to skip down to item number 96, Senate Bill 2524.
All right, is there objection to the gentleman advancing to item 95? 96, I'm sorry. I hear no objection. We will follow that procedure. Gentlemen, you're recognized for that item.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a strike all.
Yes, sir.
You want to adopt it now?
I'd like to adopt the amendment, the strike all.
Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized for further explanation.
Thank you, sir. This is the Mississippi Post-Secondary Attainment Council, and basically all we did from the Senate version was add a reverse repealer in there to do further discussion in conference.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, on the appointments that we have,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
let me see if I can speak a little loud. On line 54, where we start the appointments.
Yes, sir. Yes,
that
ma'am.
we have. I wanted to ask you, did y'all give any consideration, because since this is to look at high growth, high wage occupations, right?
Yeah.
And I know that we have people from the universities and all of those areas, and workforce and all of those areas. I wanted to ask, do we have anybody specifically from the nonprofit world? The only reason that I ask you that, gentlemen, is because as you know, a lot of these nonprofits work with people that, if I don't want to say special needs, but have some significant deficits. They could be have a narcotics problem and they're in recovery. They could have they could just have some issues. I was wondering if, since y'all have a reverse repealer and this bill may go to conference, would y'all be amenable to looking at trying to include somebody like from that world that could bring another view to this task force, to this council?
Yes, ma'am. It does have
some folks in there from the private sector, but not necessarily from the nonprofit sector. But yes, since we are going to conference, we can look at that.
Okay, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes.
Universities and colleges yields.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Harrison, Chairman of Public Property, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to skip item 19 and go to item 20, Senate Bill 2596. And I have a strike all and an amendment to the strike all.
All right. Let's call the bill up first. The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike call.
Okay, so what we've done with the strike all is we had conveyed a piece of property, a lot in downtown Gulfport a couple years ago, and Brad White and myself believe that it said at no cost, but the lawyers are saying that it wasn't clear, so we want to come back with the strike all and make it clear that it was a donation to the city of Gulfport. And then the bill itself is what we're doing here is we're conveying a piece of property to the city of Ridgeland. It is on a highway, it's landlocked, and they've been planting wildflowers on it. It's not even a quarter, it's just a very small piece of property. But in order for them to continue to do that, we need to convey it to them. And then on the amendment to the strike call, we're just putting a reverse repealer in there because the lady from Lowndes County has a piece of property that they're working on trying to get it conveyed to the county there. So we got a reverse repealer and see if we can work that out between now and when it comes back. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right. The gentleman's offering Amendment 1 to the strike all amendment. Gentleman from Washington, you have a question on the gentleman's amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman here.
Yes.
I'm probably misheard you. Are we giving this or selling it?
We're giving it.
We're giving it to it?
Yes.
So, point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Does this not change the effect since it's a gift from one entity to another?
We do this all the time.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah,
I'm a little confused. That's why I asked. I didn't hear everything.
It's
That's
a public-to-public entity.
Okay, we good.
Yeah,
we good.
Yeah,
Thank
it's a piece that MDOT's not going to use.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the strike all, gentlemen?
No.
Question occurs on the adoption of strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. You move final passage?
Final passage.
Seeing no questions, he moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to call up item 21, Senate Bill 2597, make the usual motion, and yield to the gentleman from Rankin to handle it.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2597 is identical to the bill that we had. This transfers the ABC warehouse in Madison County, the old ABC warehouse in Madison County, to the Madison County Development Authority. they have a buyer for it and ready to go with it whenever they get it empty. This one thing that it did do, the amendment is that we're adding the language that the gentleman from Tate, Chairman Lamar, had put in it about making sure that the proceeds from this warehouse goes to pay for the new warehouse, and that's what the amendment does. That's the explanation of the bill. Yield for questions.
Questions on the bill. Lady from Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Just, gentlemen, would you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we're trying to understand. Now, we're going to transfer the building to Madison County for them to sell, to then turn around and give us the money?
Yeah, correct. This is, do what? Yeah, the building is in Gluckstadt. The current building.
But the building belongs to the state of Mississippi, right?
Correct. And what we're going to do is give it to them because they have a buyer for it, but the money's coming to us. So I don't know.
I mean, you know, y'all can do what you want, but doesn't it make sense for us to just sell the building to whoever wants to buy it? I mean, well, let me ask you this, gentlemen. Why would we go through an extra step if there is a buyer that is available? It would seem to me that, would you not agree that DFA could simply enter into a contract, sell the building, and we get the money, and then we spend it on the new warehouse?
What I know is that the Madison Development Authority has entered negotiations, and that, you know, they've got somebody that's bringing jobs into the county, and that's the reason they're trying to sell it to them.
Okay, gentlemen, that's fine, but let me, because we're being recorded, so let me just say, I don't want to say that's fine, but what we're saying is that some entity is negotiating on behalf of the state for a building that belongs to the state, the taxpayers, and then they're going to get the money and then turn around and give it to us. I just, you know, given the things that we have had to happen these last several years, it just causes me a little bit of pause. That's all, sir.
Maybe I'm saying it wrong. The DFA is the one that's buying, that's getting we're transferring the building.
Oh, okay then, so we're doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, I'm for you now. Okay.
All right, I said it wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you so much.
Further questions? Gentleman from Lamar.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to understand this process. So there was a bid process, and there were multiple bids on this piece of property, and apparently the Madison County was the high bid. And if so, what was the sale of the property? The amount of the sale of the property?
It was offered for sale, and they went through the usual channels. That's
the usual channels.
They did 2 appraisals. They did, you know.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. The question recurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final adoption.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
With unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to skip to item 75.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to call up Senate Bill 2599, and I have a strike all. Make the usual motion.
All right, gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
The strike all is just that the Senate bill, it's the same bill we passed, except we kept the name of the building to be the Charles Young Building, and in the Senate bill it wasn't there, so we've added that to when the new building's built to to keep it as Charles Young building.
Questions on the strike-all? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs to the adoption of strike-all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. I believe that brings us down to item 22 in energy. He passes. Corrections. Lady from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr.
You're recognized, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2041.
All right. Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady, to explain the strike-all. Do you have further amendment to the strike-all?
I do. I take the committee strike-all, and I have an amendment.
All right. You want to explain this amendment first, or you want to explain the strike-all? You're recognized.
Okay, thank you very much. This bill is about the dyslexia bill that we passed before, that we're going to do a trial with a certain number of inmates, and we're going to see how many inmates come in with dyslexia. And what it is for us is we're going to be able to say if 50% of inmates have dyslexia, we may need to look at dyslexia and putting more money into that earlier for children. So, and that's not going to cost any money. They have grant money, Mr. Chairman, just so you'll know. And then I have an amendment that I am adding to this bill. I am adding that the Department of Health, along with MDOC and their medical, present and come up with a plan for hepatitis C and HIV and women's health. And we're putting that in the bill. That also cost no money. I am adding that they revise the Inmate Welfare Fund Committee that we had talked about before. Why do we not want to look at the Inmate Welfare Fund? Why do they not want us to look at the Inmate Welfare Fund? So I'm inserting this in this bill. I'm also including the RFP. The RFP where the bidding comes up again for the health care of inmates. I ask that DFA be in charge of this and not MDOC.
Members are indicating they cannot hear the lady. Please keep your conversations to a minimum. Continue, lady.
Thank you, sir. I'm putting in the RFP where DFA is in charge of it and not MDOC. We're going to have a fair bidding process. We also including that our hospitals may be able to bid, which will help the hospitals and hopefully decrease the amount of money we spend on health care. I'm also including that inmates that are out on parole, if they participate in church, that they will be able to get some days off of their parole at the end. And that's my explanation of my amendment.
Lady, procedurally, I believe you're wanting to table the strike-all that y'all brought out of committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I see we've got a few questions, but the lady's motion is to, I'm gonna get to you, gentleman from Harrison. Lady's motion is to table the committee amendment strike-all 1 Amendment 1. If you favor the lady's motion to table that strike, I'll indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the original bill, and then what she has explained to the body, as I understand it, is a substitute amendment or a strike all Amendment 2. Is that correct, lady?
Yes, sir.
All right, which you've explained, and then you've got an amendment to that strike all, correct?
That was the amendment.
That was, okay, so there's no further amendment. I got you. All right, you're recognized for questions on the strike all Amendment 2, which you've explained. Gentleman from Harrison, you're recognized.
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlelady, when you're going to submit this out for bid, is it going to be companies or organizations or corporations inside of the state of Mississippi?
I hope so, but others can. I'm not picking and choosing. We just want to have a fair RFP where whomever can show us that they can take care of the inmates well at a good cost, and they're going to do a good job, that they would have the ability to bid. Before, it was written where it was so tight that it was just Vital Corps. So now we're just making sure we have a fair RFP process.
Okay. Gentlemen, how can we, or could we, if it's legal, to make sure organizations in Mississippi have a fair shot of winning this thing?
Well, I can't do that, but I can just put the bidding process out there, and if their bid wins.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I don't see any further. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Lady Jill.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the RFP.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that going to be written in to where this will be an RFP rather than an RFQ?
I have no idea. I'm just going to
Well,
be
you better
honest.
make sure about that.
RFP, the lawyer says.
Ma'am.
RFP, the lawyer says.
So it couldn't be an RFQ?
It just says RFP, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, lady. She moves adoption of strike all Amendment 2. If you favor strike all Amendment 2, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, lady?
That's all.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2778, make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, lady.
Thank you. And I do have an amendment.
All right.
Strike all.
You're recognized to explain your amendment.
So this bill is a repealer bill, and it is for earned release, post-release, supervision, and probation. And this money goes into a revolving fund, which I don't know where that is, but I've added that to my list to look at. So it is a simple repealer bill, but I am adding everything that I just said before to this bill also. I am adding the RFP bill, the hepatitis C, the religious part where you would get some parole days off if you attend church, and I'm going to go blank on the next one. RFP, Inmate Welfare Fund Committee. I'm sorry. So we're just adding that to this bill as well, and that's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the lady's amendment? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, and I do have a reverse repealer on here.
So, lady, in the last bill and in this bill, you're adding all of the prison reforms you've authored over the last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Recently, let's say the last year, how many prisoners have died in state custody?
I don't know the number, but I can tell you a couple of weeks ago we had 8 between the ages of 20 and 30.
This is just a question for everyone out there. When we send someone to prison, do we send all of our prisoners? Is everyone in MDOC custody sentenced to death?
No, sir, they're not. But we
So-
sure do have a lot of them that die.
That's correct. And you believe it's the state's responsibility to take care of the people who are in state custody. Is that correct?
I do. They're a ward of the state, and we pay a lot of money to take care of them. And we're not getting our money's worth.
And not only that, lady, but would you agree that we're putting the state in a very precarious liability situation by not taking care of our prisoners?
I agree.
So we could be spending a lot more if another lawsuit comes down against the state of Mississippi, right?
That's correct. And gentlemen, none of these bills cost us any money. I'm not asking for money to do anything other than to look ahead and try to fix this, especially after the next governor comes. I'm sure that a lot of things will change, but do we wait? Do we wait while more people die? I just can't. I can't, in my heart, I can't do that.
Thank you, lady. I appreciate your very hard work and your commitment to not giving up on this issue.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Question recurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the lady's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, lady? You move final passage? She moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 118 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Technology? She passes. Judd B. Gentleman from Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 27, Senate Bill 2416. Advance usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Recognize the gentleman from Green to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Green, recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, this bill does a couple of things related to law enforcement officers. It sets forth that when they are required to undergo a drug screening and they fail that drug screening, it says they will be relieved of duty. They shall be relieved of duty and put on leave without pay. It also gives officers 2 days in which to, at their own cost, pay for a hair follicle drug screen, and only if that is negative, then be able to receive that back pay. So it requires that they be suspended without pay, but gives them 2 days in which to submit to their own drug screen to defend themselves. That's an explanation, and I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, when you talk about hair follicles, how far does that go back as far as drug usage? Do you know?
I know what I've heard. I know that it goes back, from my understanding, about 6 months.
6 months? I thought it went back longer than that. But my point is, if they fail the drug test initially, what are we looking for with the second drug test?
Typically, that original drug screen in most of the agencies, at least policies that I've seen, it's a urinalysis drug screen, and that hair follicle is used for either verification or to dispute that urinalysis drug screen.
And they have, so I'll be clear before I vote, they have how long to take that second drug test?
They have 2 days in which to request and pay for at their own expense that hair follicle drug screen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
What happens to a law enforcement officer that gets exposed to some type of drug while in the act of their duty, doing their job, and they end up having a urine test or whatever a day or two after that? Is there a provision in there to deal with that?
There's not a provision in this legislation. I know some agencies have policies related to that, but it's not in this bill.
So if I end up on an undercover assignment and I have to participate in order to keep my cover, and then due to policy, random selection, I'm called up, I could lose my job by performing under this particular piece of legislation. Because I'm not going to come back even with hair follicles and be clean.
I think legally you'd have an issue of I don't think you legally could utilize the drugs. I think using the drugs, no matter if it's while you're undercover or not, would probably cause you to lose your job.
Can we have some more conversation about this?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know much about undercover work, though.
Okay.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 2 nay, the bill passes. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. McKnight.
I have a question and an introduction, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the gentleman previous, I was wondering if he thought we could go back further than 6 months on Cole's hair as opposed to Representative Ford's hair. Probably have better chance.
I'll let you get with him, gentlemen, and y'all work that out as they work this bill through the process.
Sorry about it. I have a special guest in the North Gallery, former page, visiting from Mississippi State University with her classmate Brandon Snell. They are in political science and pre-law. Miss Emily McCord, and she's with her mother, Miss Angie Seymour, who represents Pearl River Community College.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Good to have y'all here today. Gentleman from Grenada, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 28, Senate Bill 2794. Call up the bill and advance usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is similar to a bill we sent over to the Senate. The only difference is that it allows the Commissioner of Department of Public Safety to set out the parameters on the death benefit trust as to what is acceptable cause of death that would include suicide. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chair?
Yield the floor. Now, the next item I ask it remain on the calendar.
Retain its place. Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll follow that procedure. Business and Commerce, gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that we go to item 30, Senate Bill 2202. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mississippi has the right to set conditions on state-funded incentives. This deals with employers who receive economic development incentives, like state grants in Mississippi, who locate here. If a business wants to receive state incentive money, it must agree to certain restrictions related to union organizing and labor relations. The bill does 3 main things. One, to qualify for state economic development grants, an employer may not receive recognize a union through card check alone. That's in lines 97 through 101. They would have to have an election, a secret ballot election conducted by the National Labor Relations Board rather than using card check alone. In other words, employees must retain the option of a secret ballot election. Company can't bypass that process by voluntarily recognizing a union through card check alone. Second thing it does, it says the company can't share employee contact information without written consent of the employee. And thirdly, you can't do a neutrality agreement with a union. Typically requires an employer to remain neutral during union organizing efforts, sometimes restricts what the employer may say if you sign the neutrality agreement. Basically, we want to have the companies that come to Mississippi to have the flexibility to run their companies, and very pro-business bill. This bill comes to us from the Mackinac Center in Michigan, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you here?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. You mentioned this bill comes from Michigan, from the Mackinac
That's right.
Foundation. Who are they?
They're an organization that promotes, that works with like the auto industry. A lot of the people in Detroit, a lot of the auto companies are moving to the southern states to get out from under some of the regulations there, and they help with things that are limited government, free enterprise, that kind of thing.
So basically, they're an anti-union organization.
They're pro-business. They're pro-business, and you know, I'm not the chairman of the unions. I'm the chairman of business, so I'm presenting this bill.
And I appreciate you on that, but
Yeah.
but they are, and as you say, pro-business, but anti-union.
I would say that I don't want to put words in their mouth. I don't know that they're anti-union. I think that they are for businesses operating with flexibility.
All right, thank you, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
My friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My enemy today, though.
But I still yield to you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
A friend of me.
Friendly? Well, you know, you standing for pro-business. I'm a pro-union person.
I appreciate that.
Okay. And I feel like we can all work together. What about you?
I'm listening.
Okay. First question is this. Does this bill limits what a corporation can do if they want to form a union?
No. This bill deals with receiving state incentives. If they want to receive state grant money or state incentives to come to the state of Mississippi, like through MDA or through some arrangement, in order to receive those state incentives, then there are certain ways that they have to handle their union-type activities, like when they're having elections to elect someone to represent them to a union. Can't use card check, have to have a secret ballot election. I think that protects both union members and it protects non-union members by having a secret ballot election. For instance, when you go to the polls in Vicksburg and you want to vote for mayor, the Democratic primary, you may not want everyone to know which candidate you're supporting, and you're protected by that secret ballot, so you don't have intimidation from either side. So I think the secret ballot portion of that is vital.
I agree with that. I think secret ballot is vital. And I think you're exactly right. Intimidation.
I appreciate your support of this bill.
That. Well, I don't support the bill. Now, you said that if a company comes here and they wants to form a union, will they be able to get those incentives or not?
This does not prevent them from forming a union, but it does prevent...
That's not the question I asked.
That's what you asked me. You
asked
me, can they
I said,
form a
will
union?
they be able to get the incentives from the state that you just said that we're going to deny people, we're going to deny corporations incentives if they come to form a union?
Gentlemen, words matter. This is what it says. If they're going to receive state incentives, then when they have these union activities, when they have, okay, not if they can, but when they do, they can do it by secret ballot. They cannot disclose confidential information about the employee, and they cannot sign neutrality agreements with a union. So they can still have union members as their employees. They can still do that, but they have to do it this way.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
They have to do it this way.
That's right.
Because this is state's guideline, right?
That's right.
Now, do we do that for any other thing in the state of Mississippi?
I'd have to do some research on that.
Okay, it's to your knowledge. Do we limit anybody else? Do we limit any other organization, set them up guidelines like this?
I am confident in order to receive state incentives that there are strings attached.
I agree with that. strings attached.
Yes.
These are more than strings, though. Would you not agree?
These are strings.
Oh, but this is a long string.
This is us having a say in what we spend our dollars on and what kind of activities it promotes.
So we're going to limit corporations from coming here that wants to have a union? Don't you think that we will limit our ability to bring in business that really wants to form unions? Well, let me put it like this. That don't mind having somebody form a union.
Sure. We have been a right-to-work state for as long as I can remember. In the last 25 years, our automotive industry has not suffered. We've attracted Toyota, Nissan. We've seen Tennessee pass this bill, Alabama pass this bill, Georgia pass this bill. We are trying to remain competitive with the other southern states where all of these companies are moving.
All southern states, all right-to-work states. And what exactly does right-to-work mean? I mean, for the average person, you say, I have the right to work. So what exactly does that mean, right to work?
Right to work means that they're not controlled by any union.
No, that's not what it means.
Okay.
That's not what it means. And right to work means that I have no ability to defend myself from the corporation. They can fire me just at the drop of a hat to say that they're having a bad day. They can fire me, and I have no recourse. So when you say right to work, that's like saying a drowning man have a right to swim.
There are lawyers all over this state who practice employment law, and that they would be glad for you to hire them if you needed to sue your employer, if you felt like you were treated badly.
Sue my employer.
Here's one right here.
Sue my employer. Sue my employer. Now, so if I had a union...
We're at-will employees, meaning we serve at will and pleasure of our employer. So, you know, that's...
So do you really feel like it is in the best interest of the state of Mississippi to say that we are business friendly now, and we want business to come here, but we're going to limit them to what they can and cannot do?
Yes.
As far as forming a union?
I do.
So you're against unions then?
I'm not talking about being for or against unions. I'm talking about receiving state incentives. I'm talking about the ability for us to put strings on the money that our state gives to companies that come to our state.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
At the appropriate time, I'd like to speak against this bill.
All right. You'll be recognized to speak on the bill. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
My good friend. Can you tell me about the role that this piece of legislation will play on subcontractors?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if, according to this piece of legislation, even the people who are building or working on the business, if they have subcontractors who are unionized, they don't have to allow them to do the work.
That's right.
So are you aware that 90% of the electricians in the South are unionized? Were you aware of that? Were you aware that about 90% of the electricians...
I'm aware that about 5% of the employees in Mississippi are in a union.
So 90% of electricians in the southeastern regions are part of a labor's union, layman's union. Then they have agreements to when they're doing commercial property that certain contractors will use these particular workers. So how does that impact those businesses that are providing a service to another entity with unionized workers? How would this piece of legislation
It doesn't prevent them from being in a union. Does it prevent them from using someone who's in a union? But what the bill says is the employer cannot require subcontractors working on the incentivized project to recognize unions through card check alone, to share employee contact information without consent, or sign neutrality agreements.
That's
the
correct.
three things that it does. They can
Right.
still have the union. Does it prevent them from being in a union?
So
does it punish them for being in a union?
So
just explains how they have to conduct this.
So if I am a general contractor in the state of Mississippi, and I have several projects going, like White Construction and the rest of these guys around here, and the number of people I have access to are in a union, the company hires me could then be in violation of this law based upon their agreement that they cannot use subcontractors to do certain work.
Sure.
So, I mean, now you're hindering my right as a businessman to use what is available to me. So can you explain that to me?
This is going forward, and the businesses would be able to, this bill's passage would get out to all of the businesses, and they would understand that in Mississippi, if you're going to be eligible for incentives, then you're going to have to conduct a secret ballot election. I don't think that's too much to ask. I don't know what the big deal is.
So
I think that's what I think.
Currently, is it not true that currently they do secret ballot initiatives now when they have them ballot?
Why wouldn't you want them to have a secret ballot election?
I don't have a
gentlemen?
problem with them wanting them.
Okay.
They do that now anyway. So
but they don't have to. But this would say they did have to in order to receive incentives.
It's my understanding, and would you not accept this is happening? My understanding that when there is a attempt to unionize a company, there has to be a conversation between the leadership and the entity that is trying to bring the union into the company, and they agree on the terms of the election. Would you not agree with me on that?
Sure.
Okay, so...
And the National Labor Relations Board would come
Right.
down and conduct the election.
That's where mediation, arbitration, and all that come to play in the agreement based upon the union. Would you not agree with that?
If you say so.
Okay, now, let's go back to my original question. My original question, as a vendor, so if I was a vendor working on this new Amazon plant that's coming here, I am a electrical engineering firm. My employees are part of the National Union for Electricians. Will I put that company in jeopardy by them using me and my employees or my subcontractor, whatever? Would I put them in jeopardy to lose their benefits by this piece of legislation?
I think it'd be incumbent upon any business coming into this state who takes incentives to communicate with any subcontractors that they have that these are the expectations of how these types of elections are going to be conducted by secret ballot.
So again, with this, you still have not, and I like this jousting. Again, you still have not answered my question. As a vendor to this particular company, would I put them in jeopardy of losing their incentive? That's a yes or no question. Under this particular piece of legislation, I have union workers for me in my company as employees and subcontractors. By them hiring my company, would I put them in jeopardy of losing their incentives?
It's not their responsibility to determine that. It's the responsibility of the hiring company who is hiring the subcontractor to do their due diligence to ensure that any company they hire as a subcontractor is having secret ballot elections, not conducting elections solely by card check. They're not releasing any employee confidential information to the union without written consent, and they haven't signed a neutrality agreement. It would be their job to figure that out. It will be someone's job. They have one thing to do, and that's what it's going to be, is to figure out whether everyone meets these criteria in order for them to continue receiving this wind pool of money that is coming from the state of Mississippi.
So, and I'm going to be through with this because you really don't want to answer this. The question I have is, as a vendor,
is this the same question that you just
no,
asked the last two times?
Would I be barred from doing business with anybody in this state that receives incentives from the state because I use unions or I am a union participant?
Could you repeat the question?
As a vendor that has employees that are unionized, and I use subcontractors who are unionized, would I be in jeopardy of not receiving an opportunity to do business with these companies?
You would just have to put your company in a position to do business with those companies. You would not.
So in other words, you're telling me I can't use any union workers.
You got to change with the times.
They're certified, they're bonded, they're the best thing out here. You tell me, or me do business with the state, I can't use unionized workers. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they have to have secret ballots. I'm saying they can't release confidential information without written consent, and they can't sign a neutrality agreement. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the proper time.
All right. State your motion.
I want to table this piece of legislation.
Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed? Chairman, you wish to respond?
I would certainly ask you to vote against the motion to table. This is a good pro-business bill. This is a bill that protects our incentive process as we attract companies from all across the country. And I'd ask you to vote against the motion to table.
All right. Question occurs on the gentleman's motion to table. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the gentleman's motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 35 yeas, 81 nays, the motion to table fails. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
All right. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott, for what purpose? We've got a gentleman who wants to speak on the bill. I've only got down Representative Denton to speak on the bill. Lady from Jones, for a question?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized.
And I also had an amendment at the proper time.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, would you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask this question. In Section 1, it indicates that the legislature finds, and it finds several different things as it relates to economic policy. Can you tell the House what a legislative finding is?
Ladies, Section 1 is current law, so nothing's been changed by that.
I understand that, but I'm asking you, can you tell the House what a legislative finding is?
Findings are principles that the legislature, majority of the legislature has determined to be things that are in fact, that we have found that make this what it is.
Okay, and I would agree with that. So now my next question to you is, did you have a hearing to come to that conclusion? Did you have a hearing to come to that?
Again, this is current law, so I didn't change this.
I understand.
I don't know who wrote this Section 1,
that.
but I didn't have a hearing because I wasn't involved with the current law.
I understand that. And so, but you would agree that in order for us to say that this is a finding, even though this is current law, we would have needed to have had some kind of hearing.
And perhaps there were hearings.
Okay.
I just can't speak to that.
Okay. Do you know whether there was an investigation as related to this particular thing?
I don't even know what year this passed.
And we don't know if they got this information from some trial or anything like that?
No, lady, I don't.
Okay, so then would you be amenable to an amendment, since we know that, and I'm going to use the gentleman from Mr. Bell from where he was. There was some discussion one time about something that had occurred in the House, and he said, I wasn't here when they did that. So let's operate on today. Would you be amenable, since we don't know if there was any kind of finding, we don't know if there was a hearing, we don't know if it came out of some trial transcript or something, But we know today that we don't have any evidence that would validate any of these findings. We don't want to do anything to what you're doing, all of the things that you're doing with
sure
your
you don't, lady.
bill. We just want to take these findings out since we don't have any findings. Would you have a problem with that?
First of all, I don't necessarily agree with the statement that you just made, because there may be all of the evidence that you've just requested, but I haven't had any chance to research it or figure out what year it passed or who was the legislator that handled the bill. All of those things may be accessible to us, and I'm not disputing any of those findings, and I don't know that those findings necessarily affect what we're trying to do with this bill. But I don't want to take them out because I don't know. I haven't researched it. I don't know what that would do, and so I think that would be imprudent.
And I think if everybody, when they read all of these findings, I think they'll agree that it's overkill, because on line 47 of the bill, it says that it is the intent of the legislature as part of its economic development policy, and then we go on and state what the policy is. I think that's a better way to do it, as opposed to say we have found something that let's just be honest, we know we hadn't found it. So I just wanted to offer an amendment, and I'm going to offer it. The House can vote whatever, but I think that it keeps the intent of the legislature. It keeps all that you're saying you want to do, doesn't take any of that away. But we get all of these bills, gentlemen, would you not agree, with all of these different findings, and we don't know who found it? I mean, you told us that this bill came from Michigan or North Dakota or Newfoundland or somewhere, so we don't know who found it.
Well, the original code sections that are there in the bill, those did not come from Michigan or Newfoundland or wherever.
I'm sorry.
They came from this legislature. And so, again, we'd have to research that to see exactly the history of the bill. And
I understand.
I don't want to remove it because I don't know what that would do.
Okay, gentlemen. But I still have an amendment at the proper time.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Lady, I'll recognize you for your amendment. You're recognized to explain your amendment, lady.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, you all know we get all kinds of bills that come up here that says that the legislature has found something. That some investigation, some hearing, some white paper that we at some point in time looked over, and we agreed that this would be a positive finding that we want to put as a preamble in our legislation. Well, if we were to go to court, it would say that we found this, not only this, but in all of these bills that we've had these findings. And y'all know we hadn't had any hearings. Y'all know that. Now, I know y'all gonna vote against the amendment, but you know, truthfully, that we have not had any hearings on this stuff. It's not just this bill. I just have decided that every time that we come here with a bill that has these findings, and we know that there has not been a hearing, there has been no testimony, there has been nothing done in this building to establish a finding that you can say in truth that this legislature has found. See, what this is not true. If you don't, I'm not going to say, because, my mother would kill me if I said, what it really is. We were not allowed to say that. But now, But this is not true because we didn't find it. And that's all I'm saying. This doesn't change the bill. You still have that the legislature, if you read the bill on line 47, it still has that it is the legislature's intent. And then you go on and do everything that you say you're going to do. But I do think that we don't want to be associated with something that we don't know. You know, we don't sit on all the committees, so we depend on the committees to do this. So let a committee have a hearing or testimony in their subcommittee or their full committee, come with a bill and say, this is what we found. But, you know, this was wrong, and we need to stop doing this, y'all. As we go forward, if the Lord lets me live, I know you're not going to vote for it, but I am going to bring to your attention this falsehood, these stories that are being told, that we have found something when we haven't gone through the process or the protocol that's necessary to make that kind of finding. So I would ask you to adopt the amendment, because all it does is just strikes that language that says we found. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, lady. Chairman, wish to respond.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I would ask you to oppose the amendment. Findings are findings, and we're voting on the findings right now in just a moment. So, at any rate, I ask you to vote against the amendment.
The author wish to close.
If I could, just for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, just so we can be clear, the legislature finds that it has the right to set certain terms. It finds that it ought to play an integral, now you conservatives ought to be interested in this, finds that you ought to play an integral part in a private business's business. It finds that in awarding economic development incentives, from fire protection to wastewater to whatever, the state ought to have the ability to approve it. It finds that a private business would not be able to have certain full-time employees, that we gonna tell them what the skill, we gonna tell them everything, the state, and then has a vested interest in seeking to advance and preserve its own interest in projects, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, given all of the companies that we've had to go belly up in this state that we didn't get the money back on. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But we hadn't found any of that. That's the problem. And so when the gentleman says that, the comment that he just made, it is the intent of the legislature. That language does remain in the bill. I did not take that out. But I do think that without an inquiry, without an investigation, without a white paper, somebody in Michigan, Newfoundland, California, or wherever it is, because you got these findings coming from everywhere, to come and say that it is the state of Mississippi found, you, the legislature, that's not true. Now, you can vote on a story if that's what you want to do, but that is not true. And so I would ask you to vote for truth today. Vote for the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the ladies' amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There appears to be a sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the ladies' amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 75 nays, the amendment fails. All right. I believe that concludes our amendment. The gentleman from Warren is asked to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm standing between you and food. So I already got one strike against me, already. The other one is a lot of folks in here don't believe in unions. So that's another strike against me. But I'm here to tell you that unions are the backbone of this nation. You wouldn't have a 40-hour work week if it wasn't for unions. You wouldn't have paid overtime if it wasn't for unions. You wouldn't have vacation time if it wasn't for unions. You wouldn't have child labor laws if it was not for unions. So unions play a real part in the building of this nation. Now we're going to come here today, the state of Mississippi, the poorest state in the union, the only state that do not have a labor department, the only one. All 49 other states has one. That's why the gentleman said, go to the National Labor Board, which slows down the process. Because we are so smart in this state, for years, we refuse to have a labor department. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you can't blame this on past tense. People that used to sit in those chairs where you are today. You sitting in them today. You gonna be held accountable today. It's gonna be your vote and your voice today. When people look back in history in 2026, it won't be the folks of yesteryears. They'll be talking about you and where you stood for the people. Am I pro-business? Do I want business? Yes. I worked for a company for 39 years. And I also was a member of a union at that company for that period of time. So I know how the process works. So what we need to do in this state to get off the bottom, either 49th or 50th, is move forward and stop voting like the people voted 50 years ago and do something today in 2026. Because they're not here anymore. They are not here. You are here. This bill prohibits neutrality agreements. Those agreements do not force workers to unionize. They simply require employers not to intimidate, pressure, interfere with workers while they are deciding. By banning neutrality, this bill allows one side, management, to dominate the conversation while workers are denied a level playing field. Ladies and gentlemen, we can be in a race and both of us start off at it's 100 yards. But if you're on pavement and I'm in quicksand, you already got the advantage. You already have the advantage. Yes, the distance is the same, but the conditions are different. And it's the same thing. It is the exact same thing. Martin Luther King said one time, how can a man pull himself up by his bootstraps if he don't have any boots on? So now we can sit here and pass the buck, but I'm telling you, it's you today in 2026. What I would say to this, we must ask whether it is appropriate for the state of Mississippi to condition economic incentives
on how employees exercise federal protected rights. Economic development should be about jobs, infrastructure, and opportunity, not about limiting how workers organize themselves together. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be the judge, you're going to be the jury, and you're going to be the executioner today. When that board lights up, and you just remember that. When you go home tonight, you remember that. You are the judge. You. All 121 of us, 122 of us. We the judges today. We decide. We make a lot of decisions up here. I don't even know if y'all think about the decision that we make. But you should, because there's not a decision up here that we don't make affects people. Not one. Everything affects people. So, ladies and gentlemen, I stand today before you, asking you to please vote no on this bill. Vote yes in your hearts for the people. Vote no on this bill and send a message to anybody that wants to come here. Then they must deal with the people of the state of Mississippi. Whether they're union, whether they're farmers, whether they're ditch diggers, whether they work for the state or they work for private industry, but they got to deal with the people in the state of Mississippi. You are up here to represent the people. The people. Not no company. The people. You say this is our house? Let me see if this is our house. I know that, listen, myself and the chairman have a lot of conversation. As a matter of fact, he told me the other day, he said, man, I don't read so much about unions, you about to get me on your side. So I'm asking you, ladies and gentlemen, search your hearts. Search your hearts. And vote no on Senate Bill 2202. Let's send it back to where it belongs. Thank you.
Recognize Chairman to close.
I'll just say I have the utmost respect and admiration for the gentleman from Warren. Our offices are in the same proximity to each other. We see each other every day. We're very friendly, and I consider him a friend. And I believe this bill is much narrower in scope than it's been framed. This is simply regarding state incentives. We're talking about giving them a secret ballot election to protect everyone. Okay? We're talking about not releasing confidential employee information to the unions without written consent of the employee. We're talking about neutrality agreements, not signing those. That's it. And so we have belabored it, so I will just say I'd ask you to vote for the bill, and I move final passage.
Gentlemen, you yield for further questions. He yields the podium. He's moved final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 77 yeas, 39 nays, the bill passes. All right, that'll be our stopping point for lunch. Announcements by the members. Lady from DeSoto, Ms. Remack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to go back to item number 27 on the calendar today, Senate Bill 2416, and ask unanimous consent to change my vote from no to yay.
All right, is there objection? Hearing none, change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make an announcement.
Today is one of the celebrations of the 100-year anniversary of the Mississippi Forestry Commission in Mississippi, so they invited y'all out to lunch at the old Capitol Inn. It's supposed to be there at 11:45. We're running a little late, but we're going to make it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I had an interview recently, and I said, who are you going to call Ghostbusters? And I'd like to thank whoever, if you could help me find whoever put this on my desk. Who you going to call?
You going to have that put on that blazer you wear?
I will.
I'll try to see if I can find out, lady.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe we can find out who brought me the pink furry dice when we get down to the bottom of the... I've still got them up here, and in a light moment after that debate, I've not only still got the pink dice, we found a coat. It was hanging on this gold doorknob right outside the men's restroom over there where Kenny is standing. It's been brought to my, I guess we don't have a lost and found, but if anybody's missing a jacket, it'll be up here. If not, we'll put it in the clerk's office. It seems to hang on that knob every morning about 10:15. So it didn't appear to have an owner this morning, so we got it up here, whoever's missing one. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Senate Bill 2637, I'd like to have it on a motion to reconsider.
Yes, sir. Please notify the chairman. Gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local and private will meet tomorrow at 9:30 in room 103.
Thank you, gentlemen. Jacket's been claimed. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold Senate Bill 2202 on the motion, please.
Thank you, sir. Please notify the chairman. All right, I don't see any further introductions. I believe Madam Clerk has an announcement. Y'all give her your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gaming will meet today at 3 o'clock in room 407 for a joint meeting with the Senate for an update on the state of state. That is gaming.
Okay. On the state of the state, lady? I'm sure the governor will be glad to know that Senator Blunt is going to decide about his state of the state with the chairman of Senate Gaming. All right, we're going to recess until 2 o'clock. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess till 2 p.m. If you favor that motion, keep saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess till 2 p.m. Welcome. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one walking out right now, Susan Jones. She's over the Women's Resource in Gulfport. Welcome her to the Capitol.
Welcome, lady. All right, Mr. Chairman.
Am I recognized?
Yes, sir. You are recognized.
Go to item 31, Senate Bill 2530. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Monroe to present his first bill.
Gentleman from Monroe is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. Gentlemen, I bring before you Senate Bill 2530. It's an update to Mississippi law governing perpetual care cemetery trust funds under Section 41-43-37 of the Mississippi Code of 1972. Under the current law, licensed perpetual care cemeteries are required to maintain a trust with the principal remaining intact and all the income allowed to be used for cemetery maintenance. Additionally, cemeteries are limited in how much their funds may be placed in CDs, and their deposits are restricted to very short maturity periods. Quite frankly, gentlemen and ladies, what this does is it increases the principal from $50,000 to $75,000, and it increases the maturity date from 30 days to 1 year, basically modernizing this current law. And that is my breakdown of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Absolutely.
You cited a section, a code section in this piece of legislation that doesn't exist. Could you tell me what this code section that you cited says?
Section 41-43-37 of the Mississippi Code?
Yes. Do you know what that code that you cited says?
It is a breakdown of the cemetery law, sir.
It's a breakdown of the cemetery law?
Yes, sir.
Do you realize that the code, again, that you mentioned does not exist?
Sir, I'll have to go back and check my paperwork.
Check with your people.
Absolutely.
Turn around, check with them, get back with me.
Absolutely, sir.
No, I'm waiting to get the answer. No further questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
I'm going to think about it. Yes, sir, absolutely, gentlemen.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. What is a prenuptial care cemetery? What is that?
So, sir, all of our standard cemeteries actually have these trusts. It's how they actually make money and take care of the maintenance to bury you and I. The issue is that nothing has been changed since you and I were young men. So the whole goal is to make sure that they actually now modernize what they're currently doing, which is perfectly fine. It just hasn't been changed to move forward to make sure that they're actually making money to take care of you and me and actually the actual cemetery itself.
Okay, so what's a trust?
Sir, a trust?
Yeah, what's a trust?
A trust, sir, is a financial term that, again, me not being a financial person, I'm not obligated to really talk about, but I assure you that Google can give you all those answers.
Oh. Now, gentlemen, you wouldn't be trying to be a little smart aleckly, would you?
Absolutely not, sir.
Oh, okay.
Sir, remember I told you my mom has got questions about you that I got to talk about offline, so.
Well, those will be some great conversations.
Absolutely.
However, can you tell me at those cemeteries, do they charge you extra for large size caskets?
God, I hope not.
Oh.
Sir, I'm 6'8", 305 pounds. I hope not.
Well, what's the standard size of a plot? Do you know?
I am not aware of that, sir. That's not actually within my reading of the bill. What I can tell you, though, is that now that you're able to mature, the cost of the cemetery will not affect you and me because now they can have maintenance costs due to the maturity and the lengthening of the maturity so that you and I don't have to worry about that when it's our time.
All right. So can we buy 2-for-1 plots?
Now you're talking my language, sir. Yeah. I think if you and I can share the same spot, we'll be good.
Gentlemen, I actually believe if we were to, if the gentleman from Panola, the gentleman from Warren, the gentleman from Hines, and the two gentlemen from Washington, you think we'd take up a whole row?
Gentlemen, we'll be an offensive line.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Gentlemen, you forgot, no, okay.
You yield for any further questions, gentlemen?
Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker.
Now, see, that was a false test. It was nobody wanted to ask. The board's clear. But now that they know you don't want to answer anymore, they may, see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
They're getting more and more.
Passage, sir.
They're getting more and more interested. The gentleman from Jefferson's interested now. You said something that piqued his curiosity. He's got a question. But you don't yield. He's going to let you out. Okay.
I do not yield, sir. I yield for final passage.
All right. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Thank you.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentlemen, yours was perpetual care cemeteries. My first bill was on the pony riding club. You did very well. Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 32, Senate Bill 25. I think that says 66. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move we adopt the strike-off for consideration in lieu of the original bill.
All right, you're recognized to explain the strike-off.
And I recognize the gentleman from Panola to explain the strike-off.
Gentleman from Panola. You got further amendment, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
All right. You want to explain that amendment now, or as you get to it during the strike-all, or?
No, I'll explain it now.
Okay.
The amendment to the strike-all basically goes to line 756 and 791 to 791. It basically clears up some language about reciprocating license from other states and the fees involved with it. That is the description of the amendment.
All right, that's on the amendment. Members are indicating they can't hear you, gentlemen. Is there a question on this amendment? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Fall bill.
I got you. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is this the strike-all amendment adopted in committee, or is this a new strike-all amendment?
This is an amendment to that strike-all.
Okay. I have a question, Mr. Speaker, at the bill.
All right. Lady from Jones, did you have a question on this amendment to the strike-all?
Trying to find it. Can he please explain again what the amendment does on line 783 or whatever that is? We're trying to find it.
Yes, ma'am. It is 756 to 791. It puts in some language that says it's talking about the reciprocating license from other states. It basically defines that he or she licensed in good standing. It defines what they have to be. They have to be in good standing. Has to be from a territory in the United States. They've got to pay their fee, which is reciprocating fee, to the board. The board may, and that's basically it. It's basically defining what they have to do to get a license in Mississippi reciprocated from another state.
Okay, and the only other thing I want to ask you on this amendment, they don't allow in this amendment experience for a grandfather or anything like that under our licensure in Mississippi. For
not in this amendment.
Okay. Now, can we make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we get the strike out on the computer?
All right. Any further questions on the amendment? You got a question on this amendment? All right, you recognize. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I like your amendment. I have people living up in the tri-state area. There are folks, a lot of Mississippians that go to school and get their cosmetology license up in Memphis and in Tennessee, and they get licensed in Tennessee, and then they can't even come back and practice. So I like the whole, but my question is this: is there any kind of like timeline? Because I've gotten more calls this last year about our Board of Cosmetology and problems that people were having than I have since I've been in service, public service.
In the strike all, there are they're loosening the time limits as far as renewals and stuff. And they're doing some of that administratively, not in law that they're doing, but there's some stuff that addresses that in the strike all.
Now I realize that some of the issues that we've been having is because the Senate never appointed or voted to appoint. But everybody that called me would call the governor, they'd call the Board of Cosmetology, and everybody say, call your representative. And it's like, I don't have any say over this. I just want to make sure that the people that want to work and can work aren't waiting for 6 months for somebody to take care of them. So I didn't know if this had any kind of like, hey, you need to be serviced within so many days, or.
The strike all has a lot of the days and stuff in there when we get to that.
Very good, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions on the Amendment 1, to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Gentlemen, you're recognized for further explanation of the strike all.
Okay. The strike all, basically, it works to establish the Cosmetology Board and Barber Board. It defines who they are, the terms, qualifications for the board president as well as members. It goes in and about how licenses have to be displayed and everything. It does loosen some of the requirements as far as the number of hours and continuing hours. It does lower some of the hours required to get licenses. It does, I know some people had questions about the practical exam. We'd heard some. This does not do away with that practical exam for the license. And it does, this bill, with the formation of the board and everything, it should fix a lot of your problems, gentlemen from DeSoto. But a lot of the problems we were having were administrative problems, not statutory problems. And they think they've got a lot of that fixed with the board coming in like it is. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
I want to kind of piggyback off of what the gentleman from DeSoto said. I've gotten several phone calls from people who have applied for their license, passed all their board tests and stuff. One lady, 6 months without her license. What can we do to expedite that, like a time frame? How about putting something in there to say they have to get their license in 20 days, 30 days if they met all their requirements?
Well, there's a 60-day grace period in here.
Huh?
There is a 60-day grace period in here.
Well, you know, 6 months is a long time, man.
Right.
So.
Well, now that the board's, we would like to think now that the board's established and everything's working like.
Is there a repeal in this bill?
There's not.
I'm gonna hold this bill on the motion, see if we can ask the gentleman to put a repeal in this bill so the board can know we're serious about their functioning.
Okay.
If you're all right with that. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I agree with a lot of what you're doing here. We had, of course, as everybody knows, we had a little controversy over the last off season when it comes to the board. I do have one particular change that has had some concern expressed to me. Now, our barbers and cosmetologists, you would agree that most of them are not required to have a bachelor's degree to engage in their profession.
Correct.
So I see here when it talks about the executive director of the board, it's added in this strike all, to be eligible for appointment as the executive director of the board, the person applying shall possess a bachelor's degree and have at least 3 years of management experience in general business, healthcare, or finance for an organization, corporation, or other public or private entity. What is the justification for us passing legislation that would preclude 95% of our barbers and cosmetologists from serving as the executive director of the board that regulates their profession?
I think my understanding is the board's intent was they felt somebody with those qualifications were better suited to run the organization. It's not a hands-on, it's more of a executive position more than a hands-on, and they thought that that expertise might help.
So you mentioned earlier that a lot of the problems that arose over the last year were administrative issues. Is that right?
But before this was merged, yes.
So are we trying to say that we can't trust barbers and cosmetologists from being able to manage their own profession?
I'm not.
Okay. Is this provision specifically important to this bill, or could you be amenable to an amendment to remove that requirement?
Well, it sounds like there's going to be a repealer in it. If you wanted to get with us after the gentleman from Washington makes what he wants done, we'll look at all of it.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Hopgood Wilkes.
Thank you. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, a minute ago, you mentioned that this bill did not address clinicals, the practical exam, sorry. So what I'm being told is that I guess they did it regulatory, but the Board of Cosmetology removed the practical exam. So the practical exam, if you look at it this way, it's kind of like nurses not being required to do clinicals. So you go through this whole cosmetology school and you're tested on your practicals to see if you've learned these
Right.
skills to be able to do hair, not fry someone's hair or burn them chemically. But they're taking away that, which is very, very important. So since we're putting in all this stuff, are you open to an amendment instead of making it making it regulatory to where they regulatorily remove the practical exam, that we can put it in there in statutory and require the practical exam?
Well, I was told they were not removing, you have to do the practical.
No, you don't, sir. That's incorrect, I believe.
Okay.
Are you open to an amendment for that where we can require that?
We'll look at it. It's got a reverse repealer coming in, it looks like, anyway.
Okay.
Let's get them all together at once then.
Okay. Thank you. I have an amendment at the proper time.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Ms. Speaker, she's going to have the amendment on my concern.
Lady, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Ms. Speaker, I was going to ask questions about what the lady from Pearl River, but her amendment is going to address my concern if the House passes it.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just had a question real quick. The calendar's showing this as a 3/5 vote, and the board's showing it as a majority vote. Is there fees or appropriations or changes of that in this bill that would, which is it, I guess, first?
We'll check with council and be sure. Yeah, adopting an amendment is a majority vote, no matter what it is. So once you adopt the amendment and then go to final passage, it'll go back to the 3/5.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we'd already
We're simply voting on an amendment whenever we get to that point. And then I see other amendments coming as well. But you are correct. Once we get back to final passage, 3/5. Gentlemen, do you yield for further questions?
Yes, sir.
I thought maybe y'all were debating something else. I didn't know. Gentleman from Capaya, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I appreciate your work on this, and we've talked several times about different problems in this bill. I guess I want to know, is the Cosmetology Board accepting any responsibility for the deficiencies over a number of years? Because you have taken care of some of the issues with some groups of people, but there are other groups out there that's not addressed in this bill, and we've talked about that. And I'd like to get with you. And I understand the board, executive board, doesn't want to amend this bill too much, but we need to put people to work. You know, people need license. They're trying to work. They need to be productive. They need to add to the economy, and they can't do that if they're not working, and it make it difficult for them to receive license. We don't want to make it punitive for people to receive license. We need to open up the floodgates and let people renew their license, even if there's been a lapse in 5-10 years. They need to be able to restore their license and get to work. And so I appreciate your work, but we need to do some further work on this bill.
Well, we're open to it. There's going to be a reverse repealer put in here in a second. We'll take that time to listen to everybody's concerns and any other things, and we'll work it through the process and see if we can't get a bill that everybody can agree on.
Yeah, and would you let the executive director know that, you know, we're trying to take care of everybody and just, you know, not a group of people that, I mean, they make the rules, but we got people calling us about this, and they're not covered in the bill.
I understand. We'll let them know.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Introduction out of order.
You recognize him.
Let me make an observation first. I noticed that all these bald head men up here asking questions on this bill.
I was waiting for somebody to.
It's just strange.
There's a lot of interest with not a lot of
Ladies and gentlemen,
ingredients.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I want you to.
You can't get nothing by the gentleman from Washington.
I want you to join with Representative Hines and I recognizing from Washington County, a member of the Washington County Visitor Bureau, my sister-in-law, Esther Patterson. Let's give her a hand.
Welcome, lady. Good to have you here. All right, I don't see any further questions. You ready? We're ready for amendments. Gentleman from Washington, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My senior member, unfortunately, at a young age, my hair decided to depart, and at the older age, your hair decided to hang around. So, ball is in, so what I've been told. So y'all need to get with me. But what I did was just add a repealer to this bill so they can continue to work on it. We're all aware, and most of us have received phone calls about the Cosmetology Board and their ineffectiveness. They need to know that this body is serious about treating our constituents fairly and proper. So all this amendment does, Mr. Speaker. And I yield for any questions if anybody have any.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Does the chairman wish to respond?
We support the amendment.
All right. Question occurs the adoption of Amendment 1 to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further? Lady from Pearl River, you have an amendment?
That's good enough.
Thank you. My amendment lines in Section 5 on line 352 to require a practical exam be taken and passed to receive a barber or cosmetology license. from what we're being told, the practical exam isn't being required. The Board and Cosmetology Board isn't requiring it. And this is what is a kind of akin to nurses, how they go do clinicals to make sure, and they're practicing and doing what they're told, and then they're tested. So this basically lets them be tested so they don't burn anyone and cause harm. So this amendment simply makes the practical exam be required.
Lady, Madam Clerk needs a copy of your amendment. Questions on the lady's amendment? Gentleman from Capaya, Mr. Holloway.
Mr. Speaker, are you talking about new licensing?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not talking about veteran professionals who've been practicing 15 or 20
No, sir, I'm
years?
talking about people in cosmetology school right now. They've just removed the practical exam,
Right.
so we're reinstating it. So it has nothing to do with people who already have their license. No, sir.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I don't see any further questions. Does the Chairman wish to respond?
I'm not sure this is needed. It may be needed, it may not be needed, but let's go ahead and put it in there, and we've got a reverse repeal, and we're going to keep working on the bill. So I'd say support the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption. Amendment 3 to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the lady's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. We have further amendment. Gentleman from Pearl River, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the lady from Pearl River, we have a very vocal barber and cosmetology group in Pearl River County, and we always want to do what we can to help them. They have expressed some concern with the provision of this bill, which I don't necessarily disagree with. It is the requirement that the executive director of the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology obtain a bachelor's degree with 3 years of business experience. Now, as we know, most of our barbers and most of our cosmetologists, they do not have a bachelor's degree, but they have decades of experience in this profession, and to preclude them from serving as the executive director of the board that is to regulate that profession in exchange for a kid 3 years out of college with a bachelor's degree, I believe is inappropriate. So this bill would remove that requirement, go back to the current requirements for the executive director, which of course is national best practices for these professions. So that's an explanation of this bill, and this amendment, and I would yield for any questions. Otherwise, I move for passage.
Questions on Amendment 4? I don't see any. Does the chairman wish to respond?
Again, we support the amendment. We're going to keep working on the bill.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 4. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine. I'm sorry. We need to adopt the strike-all. Question occurs on the adoption of strike-all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we'll move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we may need to just form a cosmetology committee in the House to handle all the issues. But
yes, sir.
The next bill, I call up item number 33, Senate Bill number 2713, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
I recognize the gentleman from Hines to handle the next two bills.
Gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2713 is next. It's a real estate bill. Currently, if you see a house for sale and you're just interested in looking at it and you call up a real estate agent on the sign, before they can show you the house, you have to enter into a contract with them just to show the house. So this bill just moves the contract period before you go to closing. The consumers were pushing back on this bill, so the Real Estate Commission brought that to us. And that's a brief explanation of the bill. And I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
If we can call up Senate Bill 2748 and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you. Senate Bill 2748 does a couple of things in the real estate world. Number one is it deals with the real estate license changes to brokers. So if a real estate agent moves from one agency to another, the principal broker where they were must acknowledge that they're moving and let them move their license to the new brokerage within 3 days. The next item is if they don't pay and they fail to pay their renewal fee, this now allows them to be notified at their email address on file. Some of them weren't getting their notifications. And then the last one, when they get money, like their escrow money, it changes it to the next banking day to within 2 banking days for them to deposit the money. And that's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Are they going to be notified via email and snail mail or just email?
They're still notifying all the same ways. This just adds email to let them notify them.
So it'll be another way of notifying them.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Yield for move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, gentlemen?
Business and Commerce yields the floor.
All right. I believe that brings us down to item 35, Wildlife. Gentleman from Marshall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2657 to make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, last year we passed the turkey stamp bill, and this is the first year it's actually taken effect. What we did realize, though, this year, we didn't create a special fund in DFA to manage that money. So what this bill does is it creates a special fund within DFA to administrate the turkey stamp proceeds. That's the description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup. I'll get right to you. I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Transportation passes. Public health. Gentleman from Union, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 43, Senate Bill 2543, called up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the gentlelady from Hines to explain the bill.
Lady from Hines, recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2543. It is an act to enact into law an interstate dental and dental hygienist licensure compact act. This compact provides an expedient licensure process between states that have adopted the compact. So basically, our current dentists and dental hygienists from other states that already have a state compact, they're able to come to the state of Mississippi and practice and abide by all of our rules and regulations that we have. It's supported by the Mississippi Dental Association, the Board of Dental Examiners, and the Mississippi Black Dental Association. Mr. Speaker, that's the explanation of this bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may want to just mess with my Hines County colleague for a moment, if she would. How many states in this compact? Tell me about this compact you're pushing.
Okay, tell me what would you like to know, Representative Banks?
I really don't care. I just want to get you answers to your questions, too.
This compact is going to provide our state with additional dentists and dental hygienists that enter our state.
Right.
If they move into our state and they're practicing dentists.
So how many states in this?
Excuse me, I didn't hear.
We got 50 states in this country. How many states in this compact?
How many are currently in this compact?
Yes.
There's already one in this compact.
Okay, because when I go to my dentist and get my teeth cleaned with a hygienist, I want to tell her what great work we did here, just legislating for a hygienist. So I want to tell her, you can go here and go there. So what should I tell her?
You could tell them that they can only go to another state that currently has this compact in order for them to practice.
But I just thought you could know the state and say Louisiana, Arkansas, Montana, wherever. Where could you tell me?
No, I can get you that information, though.
All right, lady. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are welcome, my wonderful colleague from Hines County.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
Title sufficient, do pass, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission and the will of the body, I'd like to go back to item 14, Senate Bill 2476, called up, make the usual motions.
Is there objection to the gentleman going back to item 14? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. Gentlemen, you're recognized for that item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a two-page bill, but it has a very important purpose.
We need to call it up, gentlemen.
The Mississippi Board of Pharmacy to establish a voluntary alternative to discipline program for licensees who are impaired because of substance abuse and mental health conditions. Instead of moving straight into punishment and public discipline, in every case, it gives the board the tool to get impaired pharmacists treatment and monitoring so they can recover safely when appropriate and return to safe practice. Under this bill, participation in this program must be voluntary, and the licensee must enter the program before the board holds any formal disciplinary hearing. That creates a strong incentive for early and self-reporting intervention, which is exactly when we can do the most good with both professional and their patients. The program also requires the licensee to contribute to the cost of the participation, including counseling and treatment and education, to help the taxpayers, so the taxpayers are not carrying out the full burden. Mr. Speaker, that is an explanation of the bill.
All right, gentlemen. I believe in your unanimous consent request to get over there. You did also say usual motion, but I didn't put the motion. So the gentleman has made the usual motion. He's called the bill up, move the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor of that, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right. He's concluded his explanation. Are there questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Drug policy. I believe we're down to item 44. Drug policy. Lady, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 44, SP number 2056, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady, to explain the bill.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Green to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Green is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2056 is very similar to a bill that we passed out of here a month or so ago relating to controlled substances, specifically pharmaceutical grade or pharmaceutical composition of psilocybin. And it just says that if that drug is approved and regulated by the FDA and the DEA, it'll be scheduled on the same state corresponding drug schedule with the same punishment as any other drug under that schedule. That's my explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
I'd like to go to item number 45, S Bill number 2117, and recognize the gentleman from Hines to explain the bill.
All right. Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes over from the Senate. It's pretty much the same bill that we passed out of the House a couple of weeks ago, but what they have done, they have added additional drugs to this language for us to consider, and that's an explanation of the bill. I yield for questions.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Anything to do with blueberries in this bill?
No, gentlemen, blueberries are not a part of this bill.
But he lost that debate, too.
Right.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Gentleman Yield.
Yes.
Is there a list of the drugs that were added? Could you tell us what they are, please?
They start on line 57, beta. You want me to pronounce all these drugs, gentlemen?
Yes, I do, gentlemen.
Are you serious? Okay. Starting on line 57, beta mesylcetyl, butamate. On line 118, fluozane. 144, metylfluorphene, which is fentanyl. On 151, metodiazine. On 182, orthochlorophenol. On 97, orthomethylchlorophenol and parachlorophenol. Thank you.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Gentleman, will you yield?
Yes.
Since there seems to be a lack of this, is there anything in there that helps with hair growth?
I think that would be on line 206.
Gentleman from Monroe, Mr. Crosby.
Thank you, Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes.
Have you gotten any studies or any reports or anything from, drug professionals such as McGruff the Crime Dog on their support of this bill?
Gentlemen, this bill is supported by the Department of Health as well as Bureau of Narcotics.
So you didn't talk to McGruff
We
the
did
Crime
not
Dog?
talk to McGruff. I think he's from Washington to your left.
Disappointing, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, lady?
Drug policy yields the floor, Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Covington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 46,
Senate Bill 2096 called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Ask that you recognize the lady from Madison to present the bill.
All right, and I see you've got an amendment.
I do, Mr. Speaker.
You are recognized to explain.
If it's okay, I'll just do the amendment during.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We are amending code section to add cybersecurity language that will help protect voter and election data from cyber attacks by requiring cybersecurity standards for counties using the SIMS, the State Election Management System. The standards will be set by ITS, Information Technology Systems, and the Secretary of State by January 1st, 2027. The counties have until January 1st, 2028 to meet those standards. This amendment will allow another 6 months to comply with set standards. During this time, ITS and SOS will provide assistance to help counties meet the requirements. Federal funds are available to help the counties comply. There is no additional cost for locals or state. It's federal funds. That's my explanation of the bill. I yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Lady, could you please go to line 127 of the bill? And there it talks about these assessments, and then it goes on to say that the results of the assessments are confidential and exempt from public inspection. Can you tell me what these assessments are going to be? I guess I'm
That's
assuming.
what ITS and the Secretary of State are going to be supplying. Is that
okay? And I guess that's a little bit of my concern. I think that, you know, for us to kind of understand what's going on, we need to know what it is that they're going to be assessing. Are they assessing the machines?
The standards that they're going to be setting is what they'll be assessing. They're going to be setting standards by January the 21st, 2027, and then they'll be assessing the counties to make sure they're in compliance with those standards.
Okay, and then once they, okay, lady, and so I understand. I go back to line 120, where you say they're going to establish mandatory minimum cybersecurity standards and policies to ensure the integrity of Mississippi's voter registration and election data.
Yes, ma'am.
When accessing or exporting information from the statewide elections management system. I guess my question is the statewide management system now where the public doesn't have access to it?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that question. Do any of y'all know the answer to that question? If we have access to the SIMS system now. The legislature?
No, we don't have that.
Okay. Public does not have access. The Secretary of State does.
Okay, and so the statewide elections management system, and I understand that this is going to be something where you submit to them counts, I'm assuming, or you submit to them, well, what does that management system do?
This is strictly for cybersecurity standards being, the standards are going to be set by Information Technology and Secretary of State. So once those standards are set, then they will be assessing to make sure the counties are in compliance with the standards set. And
okay.
To make sure third parties are not unauthorized.
Okay, no hacking is what you're saying. No hacking. Okay. Well, you know me, just no hacking. Okay. All right. Now, the only other thing, though, the Secretary of State, the people who are responsible for elections, though.
Yes, ma'am.
That information will still be accessible, not necessarily to the public, but to those people who run elections, are responsible
ma'am.
for?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You good? Any more?
I don't see any further questions.
Okay, final passage, please.
All right. Question occurs the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, Mr. Chairman?
No.
Ladies move final passage. Yes. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask for unanimous consent to skip down to item number 101, Senate Bill 2588.
All right, is there objection? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. Y'all got
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 101, Senate Bill 2588, called up. Make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain that strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strike all is the bill that we passed, identical to the bill we passed out of here a few weeks ago. This is, again, the means by which we would ensure that people who do not provide the driver's license but provide their social security number are verified as being U.S. citizens prior to being registered to vote. And that's the description of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any.
Move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas, 22 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you look into the South Gallery, we had 2 of them, but right now we have Nabi from the Mississippi River Legislative Caucus. Please make them feel welcome. You can. Tomorrow, we will be having a breakfast and Ways and Means room from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Please come by and speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome, lady. Good to have you here. Gentleman from Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to item number 47, Senate Bill 2007. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you. This Senate Bill 2007 is a Senate version of a House bill that we passed earlier this session. This allows the Department of Banking and Commerce to do joint exams with the Federal Reserve, and we are eliminating the repealer on that bill. That's the explanation. I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to move to item number 47, Senate Bill 2383, make the usual motions.
All right. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is another Senate bill that had a House version come through earlier this year. This bill changes state banking law regarding electronic terminals, dividend procedures, bank charter approvals, and investment authority for state banks and trust companies. So we're updating language on what ATMs are, and we're including language for electronic terminals. those are the automated teller machines that are out there, and we talked about that earlier this session. We're also making it easier for banks to issue dividends and also to make it any changes to their articles of incorporation. And that's a brief explanation. I'll take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tell you, gentlemen, would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Gentlemen, can you explain to the House about these fees that are going to be allowable, and banks on ATMs can just charge what they want, or can you tell us, because obviously they can't charge what they want to now. So we're changing that, right?
No, we're not changing that at all.
What are we doing then, sir?
We're just updating the definitions of ATMs and interactive teller machines.
Well, Mr. Chairman, on line 69 of the bill, it says, because this power is an inherent element of a state bank's authority to conduct the business of banking, the setting or charging of such fee amount is a matter to be determined by the state bank or thrift in its discretion. Now, before that, they had to disclose, they had to tell about the fee. There was some things involved in the transaction before we put this language in, well, this proposed language, isn't it, sir, Mr. Chairman? Y'all killing the poor folks. Yeah. You know I'm against
Okay, we deleted the language that...
I can't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. So we deleted language that says such fee shall not exceed $2 or 4%. So we deleted that language.
And so, again, Mr. Chairman, you would agree then that we're going to allow these people... We did have in law, ladies and gentlemen, a cap of $2 on the fee. Now we're going to, if this becomes law, we're going to allow these people to just charge whatever they want to at the ATM on a transaction fee. And not only that, you would agree, gentlemen, we say it is an inherent element. These people have an absolute right because they banks to do it. That's that's what this language says.
And what's your question?
My question, I guess my question is, what was the thinking of the committee to eliminate the $2 cap?
Well, as you know, the cost of doing business is not what it used to be. And this fee was set many, many years ago. And so, it's a lot more expensive to run and operate banks with all of the online services that they have to offer as well, and the security measures that they have to provide. So it's raised a lot of the costs and fees that banks are having to deal with. So this was just a way to help them along. But it's also, capitalism takes place here, and if your bank is charging you exorbitant fees, then I guess you could always go to another bank.
Yes, that's true. But of course, we could have also left it at $2. But thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
I think I'm going to skip the next two.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 78 yeas, 38 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I would like to skip over item number 48 and 50 and ask that they hold their place on the calendar.
All right. Item 49, gentlemen.
Yeah, sorry, 49 and 50.
All right. Is there objection? We will do that. You have further work, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, you're recognized.
All right, I'd like to call up item number 51, Senate Bill 2828, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen. I see you got a strike all. You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Yes, sir. I'd like to call on the gentleman from Covington to handle this bill.
Gentleman from Covington is recognized to explain the strike all.
You're back there, you have to hit up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a strike all on this, Mr. Speaker, and we have an amendment to the strike all that I need to offer.
All right, you want to explain that amendment now?
This is the House, similar to the House bill that we had a few weeks ago. This is for remittances, so payments made from the United States to foreign countries, foreign places. There were some concerns that we're going to address with some amendments. This first amendment would commission the Department of Revenue with adopting rules and regulations to ensure that transfers to members of the U.S. Armed Forces are exempt from the fees imposed. So that was one of the concerns we had, that military members might be affected. We didn't think that they were, but we wanted to ensure that, and so we're giving DOR the ability to enact regulations to ensure that that's the case. That's a description of the amendment to the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on this amendment? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks. Okay, he's got his own amendment, I believe. All right, I don't see any questions. Question recalls the adoption of Amendment 1 to the strike all. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. You recognize for further explanation, gentlemen,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
or if there is.
Yes, there is. So this would create, as many of you remember, a 1.5% fee. There's already a federal fee of 1%. This would create a state fee of 1.5% for cash transactions. So not when you're using your bank account, when you're using a credit card, or when you're using a debit card. All those are exempt. Only cash transactions to other countries. The funds would go into a fund called the Heroes Fund, which Representative Grady, Representative Hullum, and some others have worked on to be used for law enforcement purposes. And just, I don't think I stated this the first go round, but many of these cash transactions, law enforcement believe, are tied to criminal activity and drug money and things like that. And so it's only natural that that goes back to be used for law enforcement, which are the ones on the front lines dealing with that. That is a description. Oh, and let me say this too, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. This has a reverse repealer in it, so this would go to conference so that we can work out if there's other concerns. We're going to take care of some of them today, but if there are other concerns, we try to nail down to make sure that we mirror the federal law as much as possible, so that there's not additional work on the vendors to collect this fee. And that's a description of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks. For what purpose?
Just an amendment at the proper time on the amendment.
All right. I see no one seeking recognition for questions. Now would be the time, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, friends, I understand the intent of this piece of legislation, and we're told that it's to try and to address drug dealers and illegal immigrants that are transferring money. But I would submit to you that in its current form, it doesn't do anything to really address the problem. All it does is it says, hey, we as a state recognize there's something wrong going on, something illegal going on, and we want a piece of the pie. I don't like the idea of treating everybody equally, like as if they are a drug dealer or an illegal immigrant. I support the legislation and the intent of it, but I don't support the fact that it takes and treats a legal American citizen or somebody that is here legally as if they are doing something wrong and puts the burden on them to have to save the receipts and file to get their $20 back or whatever it is at the end of the year. It's the same kind of mindset when it comes to tourism taxes, our local tourism taxes. When I go out and eat at a restaurant in my town, am I a tourist and I pay that tax? Well, when I go to send money as a legal U.S. citizen, or if I'm here legally under the federal law, am I to be treated the same as somebody that is doing something illegally? My amendment is very, very simple. All it says on line 20 of section 1, you would add this language: these fees shall not be collected from senders who provide a valid United States federally issued identification or a valid state issued real ID. And so it's pretty simple. It says that you don't need to be treated like you're doing something wrong if you go to send money, and then the burden to try and get your money back is all on you. So that is an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I see none. Does the chairman wish to respond?
Support the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 2 to the strike all. If you favor Amendment 2, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the strike all, gentlemen?
Move to adopt the strike all.
He moves to adopt the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just to close really quickly.
Gentlemen, do you yield for further questions?
Yes, I will.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand what we're voting on now after the passage of the various amendments. So anyone sending money to someone in the military would not be subject to this tax. Is that correct? Is there a process in the amendment that lays out how we're going to determine whether or not it's being sent to someone in the military?
That's why I would put it on the DOR to develop regulations, but we have a few more weeks if this passes to go to conference and figure that out. I've talked with National Guard members. There are certain ways that they receive money, so I think we just need to mirror the language of how their funds are received. Because there is a means for that. I just didn't have it in time to get it now.
And then the second amendment that just passed, I may have misunderstood, but the tax would not apply to anyone who presents a valid ID showing that they are a U.S. citizen?
That's correct.
So we really, who are we taxing then?
Well, that's a good question, lady, but it would be someone who shows up for a cash transaction and has no valid U.S. or state real ID. So
we think those people are paying taxes anyway?
It's not, what do you mean?
So they would pay the tax, they just wouldn't be able to get a tax credit, I suppose.
Well,
they would pay the transactional tax at the register.
They would pay it as a fee, let's say that, not a tax, but they would pay it if they are paying taxes, then they could get the credit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So if there's no other questions, Mr. Speaker, just to close, the concerns that many of you expressed, I think we have taken care of them all. So we're not taxing, no fee on military members getting funds. There's no fee from American citizens who are sending funds. We're exempting all bank accounts. We're exempting credit and debit card transactions. The money is going to law enforcement, and it has a reverse repealer so we can continue working on it. But this is solely catching cash transactions. Somebody brings a bag of cash to send to another country, and they can't produce an ID. That's who's paying this, and I'd appreciate your vote on it.
All right. Gentlemen's move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 82 yeas, 30 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 52, Senate Bill 2711, call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Sunflower to handle this bill.
Gentleman from Sunflower is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2711, this is a companion bill that the House passed earlier, and this bill updates the record-keeping requirements for mortgage companies licensed under the Mississippi SAFE Act, and it brings in line with the federal requirements, and it updates the state guidelines to match the federal requirements. And that's an explanation of the bill.
I'm sorry. I don't see any questions.
Move for final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 106 yeas, 9 nays, bill passes. You're recognized. Chairman of Workforce, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 53, House Bill 2401, or Senate Bill 2401, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized. You have a strike-off.
Yes, I'd like to adopt the strike-off.
Okay. You want to explain the strike-off? Oh, well.
Explain the strike-off.
Okay, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is identical bill to what we have passed earlier. We did a strike-all and inserted the House language and removed code sections that were not applicable to the bill. And that's the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
You yield for question?
Yes.
Okay, I don't see any questions. We need to adopt strike-all.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of the strike-all say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. I see no questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. You have another bill, gentlemen?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I go to item 54, Senate Bill 2288. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain. You have a strike-all.
Yes, I'll explain the strike-all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very similar to the bill before. It's identical language to the House bill. We removed code sections and inserted the House language, and that's an explanation of the strike-all.
Any questions on the strike-all? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you. Gentleman, you?
Yes.
So tell us what this bill does. We missed the last one.
It allows the local school districts to use grant money to purchase equipment for CTE training.
Got you. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. We need to adopt the strike-all. All those in favor of the strike-all say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Back on the bill.
Move final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Chairman of State Affairs.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to the next item, which is item number 55, Senate Bill 2005. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 2005 recognizes the Scottish heritage of some of our citizens and will establish an official state tartan. That's my explanation. Be happy to take any questions.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Whoa. I'm sorry. We do have some questions. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe the design on our new state men's skirt?
Gentlemen, I can, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something even better. I'm going to let our distinguished senator from DeSoto County actually wear one and come over here and show it to you.
So we will get a demonstration?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. McMillan.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I do want to take offense a little bit. They're not skirts, sir. Those are kilts. Kilts, not skirts.
So noted.
So the design of the tartan, that's an important thing. Do we know any historical relevance of how we came about that? It's a pretty sacred thing in some cultures, sir.
Well, gentlemen, obviously it is, especially in the Scottish culture. But what I know about it is that obviously it's the plaid, the square, that makes up the kilt, as you made reference to. So it's very important to our fellow citizens that have a Scottish ancestry.
Are we going to fly this kilt like a flag like we have behind there and use it as a banner going forward, maybe?
Where would you want to put that banner?
I don't know.
Gentleman from Jackson, if I may, I'm going to show you a photograph of our distinguished colleague from Madison that will show you what the actual official kilt looks like.
I yield, sir.
I don't see any other questions.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 7 nays, bill passes. You have another bill?
Mr. Speaker, I do. I'd like to go to that next item, which is item number 56, Senate Bill 2258. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Senate Bill 2258 will help facilitate trade between the state of Mississippi and the beautiful country of Ireland. It will establish a trade commission made up of appointments from the governor, the lieutenant governor, the speaker, MDA, and the Business Alliance, MEC. That's an explanation of the bill.
You have a question?
Yes.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Always.
Gentlemen, I'm just curious, how does one go about establishing trade with other countries? How does commissions be started to establish trade?
Well, this one, gentlemen, like I said, will be made up of appointments by the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, MDA, and MEC. They will make appointments to this commission, and those designated appointees will start the communication, open up the lines of communication with their Irish counterparts.
And I'm just curious, are there other trade commissions that we've established with other countries? I know, was it Turkey is one of them?
I don't think we have one in Turkey, gentlemen. But
Taiwan, I'm sorry.
We do have one with Taiwan, correct.
Is that the only other country?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with, I think that's the only one, but I'm not quite absolutely sure.
And I know these questions might seem random, but if a member in here wants to establish a trade commission, they can just introduce legislation to establish those.
Yes, sir. We'll be happy to take a look at it. Absolutely.
But there has to be approved by the body, and leadership has to agree to the commission.
Gentlemen, same process with Taiwan and this bill too. Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Sure.
Gentlemen, I don't see any other questions.
Final passage.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 2 nays, bill passes. You have another bill?
Mr. Speaker, that next item is 57. With unanimous consent, I would like to skip over that one and have it retain its position on the calendar.
Do you have any objection? We'll keep its place on the calendar.
One more, Mr. Speaker, if I may. Mr. Speaker, if there's no objection, I'd like to go to item number 76, Senate Bill 2632, and take it up.
Okay, you have a strike all, adopt a strike all?
It is a strike all.
Okay, the gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered in gross, read third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye, all opposed no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you are...
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Please recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to handle the strike all.
Gentleman from Lafayette is recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there was an amendment as well. The amendment was simply moving the repeal date to June the 29th. We need to adopt that.
I'm sorry, did that
there was an amendment for the repeal date to June the 29th. Do we need to adopt that?
Okay, so we have an amendment. You're going to explain the amendment?
I'm told it's in the strike law. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I think I can speak on everyone from North Mississippi. Thank you all for your calls and willingness to help over the devastation that we have all experienced up in our area over the past few weeks. Unfortunately, the damage is extensive and unfortunately very expensive. This is the framework for us to set up a revolving loan fund. What I'm trying to do here is simply get this to conference. This is the numbers are changing every day. We're trying to get exact numbers from MEMA to the exact figure that we may need to help our cities and counties out in any applicant. So this is simply the framework. We do have the reverse repealer in there. We will invite conference immediately. We are close on this. I promise to you that I will explain all the details of how this will work once we are able to get the program set up and get it funded. So that is an explanation of the strike all, and I'll entertain any questions.
Gentlemen, I don't see any questions.
Move to final passage.
Okay, we need to adopt the strike all. All those in favor of the strike all, say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. You're back on the bill.
That's an explanation of final passage.
Okay, moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no objection, I'd ask for immediate release on that.
Is there any objection to immediate release? Not, we'll do that. State Affairs, do you have any more? Judiciary B? Judiciary B? Okay. Judiciary A? I'm getting down. Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry. Public Health? Where's Sam? Okay, you passed. Okay. Give me just a second. Appropriations, Ways and Means. Appropriations. Gaming. Corrections. Medicaid. Can't get any takers. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll do that now. Hold your thought. Dana, I'm sorry. Recognize the lady from Lounge for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my friends from Amory, Lindsay and Mark Mitchell in the North Gallery. Please stand. Lindsay is Director of Main Street Amory, and Mark is Alderman for the City of Amory. Please give them a warm welcome.
Welcome to the Capitol. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the vote on item 101, Senate Bill 2588, I'd like to have my vote and my desk mate's vote changed from yea to nay.
So what was that number again?
Senate Bill 2588.
Okay. Let's see. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson? Okay. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask if that bill for corrections can maintain its place on the calendar.
Okay, yes. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also on Senate Bill 2588, I'd like unanimous consent on behalf of my desk mate and myself to change our vote from yea to nay. Representative Summers and Representative Brown.
2588?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown, was that, I think we've already taken care of him. Yeah. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request my vote and my desk mate vote, the gentleman from Lauderdale, be changed from yes to no on Senate Bill 2588.
Okay. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like a unanimous request to change me and my desk mate vote on Senate Bill 2588 from yea to nay.
Okay. Any objection? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request to change my vote on Senate Bill 2588 from yea to nay, along with my desk mate, the gentleman from Monroe.
Y'all got that? Okay, we got it. Thank you. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Asking for unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 101, Senate Bill 2588, from yes to no.
Okay, hold 1 second. We're going to try to suspend business just 1 second. Let me just say something. Normally, on the changing of the votes, we'd rather do that at the end of the day. So if you've got a vote change, we'd prefer you wait until after the debate on the bills. Thank you. Lady, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to go to item 84, Senate Bill 2567 on today's general calendar. I'd like to skip that and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
If there's no objection, we'll do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to the general calendar, item number 85, Senate Bill number 2695. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Lady, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as you know, we have Medicaid has a supplemental payment that we refer to, well, there's several, but this one in particular we refer to as MHAP. The hospitals in Mississippi pay for lack of a better term, a bed tax to draw down the federal match, and for the vast majority of the hospitals, it works very, very well. In fact, most of your hospitals would tell you now that Medicaid is their #1 payor. However, there are a handful of hospitals in the state that are specialty hospitals or non-traditional hospitals, and the paying this tax that all hospitals are required to do really leaves them upside down financially in the model. They are paying a tax of which they are receiving no federal benefit from because oftentimes it's because the services they provide aren't even covered by Medicaid. But the federal law requires that all hospitals pay into it. So this is specifically the LTACs. These are the long-term acute care hospitals, and also Methodist Rehab are paying a tax to which they are receiving no benefit from. All the rest of our hospitals are more than happy to pay the tax because they are receiving about 3 times in return of that, at least, in federal dollars. So what this bill is attempting to do is it is directing the Division of Medicaid to ask CMS for a waiver or an exemption for the Mississippi long-term acute care hospitals and Methodist Rehab to be able to be exempt from paying that bed tax, and they will receive no benefit either. So that's all it's trying to do. It's just them paying this assessment is having a negative financial effect on them, which is unusual because it is designed to help hospitals. And that is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
You have a question? Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So I have been in contact, or they have called me, select hospitals.
Yes.
And maybe you changed it, but they were against this at first and said that it was going to absolutely demolish them unless you have, in your strike all amendment, you changed that.
So the specialty select,
right.
They were one of the main ones that have been asking for this.
Okay.
So the long-term acute care hospitals, is that who?
But they are, yes.
So, yes, in fact, yes, when we passed it out of committee yesterday, I'd heard from them and they were grateful.
Okay. So I just want to also make sure that because we're going to exempt some, that others are not going to be paying more.
That is correct. No, they will not be. No, they will not be paying any more.
Okay.
No hospitals will be paying any more by exempting these handful.
Thank you.
It has no impact on any other hospital.
Thank you.
Thank you, lady.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
I thank you. This is the one we talked about, right?
That's
the
right.
hospital on the coast. I thank you.
Yes, sir.
You're a friend to me.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any other questions.
I move final passage, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
we need to adopt the strike all. All those in favor of the strike all, say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
Move final passage, Mr.
Open
Speaker.
the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. AET. He passes. Public utilities. Municipalities. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 93, Senate Bill 2526, and call up the strike all.
'93, did you say?
Item 93, yes, sir, 2526.
Okay, gentleman calls the bill up, moves as the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're
I'd like to call up the
recognized.
strike all in lieu of the bill.
Okay, we have a strike all. You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is an act to create the Mississippi Rural Water Oversight Committee. What we're trying to do here is develop the committee that will be made up of members of the USDA, Mississippi Department of Health, DEQ, Drinking Water Stabilization Fund person, Rural Water Association, the governor's appointee, and a lieutenant governor's appointee. We're going to require the water systems to do a rate study and a capacity study every 5 years and submit to the committee for review on these studies. It will help provide the stability and sustainability to our water systems that we are so lacking so far. That I'll entertain any questions.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, what will this committee do that Mississippi Rural Water doesn't currently do?
It will, number one, it requires the water systems every 5 years to do an audit on their capacity of their system and also their rate study. It will also require them to put 5% back for future improvements to the water system. What we're finding is a lot of these rural water systems have no money. They're not updating their systems. People are going without water. And so this committee will help them maintain or help put more eyes on all of these people to make sure they're maintaining and doing what they're supposed to do.
Gentlemen, it's my understanding that rural water systems, if they have loans, and there may be some out there that do not have loans through USDA, even though it would be hard for me to imagine that there is, because that's where most of them have gotten their funds for wells and laying lines. They're required by USDA to keep a set amount of monies, and they're also required to increase rates and do these things you're talking about. So my question is, are we accomplishing anything by creating another committee to oversight and tell them to do this, when the reality is we may just need to enforce current regulations and current policies that are already in existence?
I agree. Nothing supersedes the federal law in that, so if they have that USDA loan, they should be following along with this. Rural Water actually came to us asking for this. This goes hand in hand with the drinking water and wastewater bills we sent over to the Senate. This is just another piece that they're asking for to put this all together.
Okay, gentlemen, so you're telling me Rural Water is in favor of this bill?
I've sat down with them multiple times. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you, gentlemen. You yield.
Yes, sir.
You know, there are some water associations out there that are member-owned or private-owned. Will this have any effect on them? Will this do anything to them or for them?
They're privately owned.
Some are privately owned, some are member-owned.
If they're under the control of the PSC, this will have no effect on them.
They're not under the control of PSC.
Well, then, if they're part of the Rural Water Association, yes, they will be. They
Might not be part of the Rural Water Association either.
Well, then they're not going to be. If they're not under rural water now, they're not going to be under this.
Gotcha.
According to what they're telling me.
Gotcha. Thank you.
See no further questions.
Final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Whoa. I'm sorry. We got to adopt the strike all. All those in favor of the strike all say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're on the bill.
Final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes. You have another bill?
Yes, sir. Item 94, Senate Bill 2787. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. And you have a strike all.
Yes,
Gentlemen,
sir.
you are recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, last year, you might remember we passed a natural gas bill, a testing bill for our schools to require the schools to test their behind their meters to make sure they have no leaks. This is the same situation brought to us by the Propane Association. They actually are a little bit more ahead of the natural gas parts of it. They have systems in place, but this is going to standardize their testing throughout the state on the propane. We also, in this bill, are helping out the schools with the natural gas program that we passed last year. There's just, in some areas, there's physically no way they can test all the schools in the district before July 1 of this year. They'd have to shut down the schools, which shuts down the cafeterias. So what we did in here is we required the schools to test half of their buildings or half of their meters this year, this calendar year, and then they'll be able to do the other half next calendar year, and then they'll be on schedule because the systems will be ready to be tested every year on that. So be happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions.
Move to adopt the strike all.
Okay, we need to adopt the strike all. All those in favor of the strike all say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're on the bill.
Final passage.
Moves final passage. I see no questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. You have another bill?
One more. Item 95, Senate Bill 2310. I'd like to call it up.
Gentleman calls the bill up.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is to authorize the PSC to be able to cancel a municipality's certificate of provided water service when they provide outside greater than 1 mile of its boundaries upon finding of inadequate service. And this is similar to the PSC has the authority to do this for electricity. Anything outside of 1 mile, they can come in and take the certificate away, but they don't currently have it for water. We're just adding water into that. Yield for questions.
You yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker Pro Tempore. Will you yield, gentlemen?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman. Now, if you have a city that's in the middle of a annexation, how would this impact them if they haven't? You know how it is. They want you to, after so long, you got to have the water. But you know, well, I won't call a name, but they've been fighting a long time. And so how would this impact them?
If they're in the middle of an annexation?
Mm-hmm.
I honestly probably, I couldn't speak well enough to give you a positive or negative answer on that.
Okay, and so I guess is there a reverse repealer in this bill?
There is not, no.
There is not. Well, so then if this becomes law and if you're out, all of this, then the PSC can come in and take over.
Now, they have the ability to do a receivership on anything.
But that's when the 1 mile
correct.
thing.
So I'm.
But you know,
and
if
this
you're,
is just me and you talking. I would think if that thing's being litigated for the annexation part, there's going to be some litigation on the water part as well. I would think that all of that would be held up in the courts. That's just my estimation. I can't guarantee that.
and so they probably would not be able to.
I would think not.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Yes, sir. I can hear you, but they
Can you hear me now? There's been some litigation going on now with certain water companies across the state. How will this impact them? I mean, if this goes into effect, the PSC can immediately come in and take over their water system?
The PSC is currently over their water system outside
correct.
of it. And so if they're proven to be inadequately serving their customers, and this will be a grading system that they have, yes, they will be able to come in and put it under receivership.
And what does that look like? What does that look like, gentlemen, for the PSC to come in and take over a municipality?
Well, they're gonna assign somebody to run that water system until the city can get back on their feet, and if they determine they cannot take it back, then they would assign somebody to take over that water system.
Is there some type of time frame that's in this legislation that says if this passes, can they immediately go in and do what they need to do, or do what they have to do according to this legislation?
Well, it's already established rules for the electrical component of it, so this would just be adding the water component. So yes, they've already got rules and regulations on how this would work. So.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, could you kindly give us an idea of what inadequacy would cover? That's a pretty broad term.
Well, I mean, like we're establishing a grading system on the other one. So, in other words, if they're constantly getting complaints, if water's getting turned off constantly, if there's constant boil water notices, all of that's going to factor into a grading system that will trigger the PSC to come in and take a look.
Would you mind going over that one more time? Mr. Speaker, I was having trouble hearing. We had a little chatter going on back here.
Sure.
Right behind me, matter of fact. I'm not going to call any names.
They've already got a system in place to where they're essentially grading the systems, okay? I'm talking about the PSC has a system for the water and electricity. So if they're constantly having their water cut off, or by not by bills or anything, but pumps going out, if they're constantly getting complaints, all of this will factor into a grading system that the PSC already has, and they already have it for electricity. So that would trigger the inadequacy clause to where they would come in and take a look at what's going on.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any other questions.
Adopt final passage.
Move final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 91 yeas, 17 nays, bill passes. Municipalities? Okay, you gonna pass? Okay. Technology? Okay, she wants to pass and retain her spot. We'll do that. Insurance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 77, Senate Bill 2699. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Okay, 1 second, gentlemen. You say item 77?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, the gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the short title explains that bill in full. All this is an extension of the repealer for 4 years out to 30. That's the explanation of the bill.
Okay, I see no question, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Lady from Madison, you have a question?
I would just like to ask for unanimous consent for item number 98 to retain its place on the calendar.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
We have a request. Any objection? Not, we'll keep that on the insurance. Gentlemen? Gentleman from Prentice? Like poke him. Yeah. You have several other bills, or will you want to take those up? Starting item 99. We're down to 99.
Catching up here, Mr. Speaker. Item number 99, Senate Bill 2704.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Warren to explain the bill.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a self-insurance fund. This is basically the lawyer bill this year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is basically a lawyer's bill for this year. It's just the Association for Self-Insurance Fund. Most lawyers have one person in their LLC, so this is going to be to allow them to join associations throughout the state and from outside of the state as well to buy health insurance. You have to have 3 members in your group to have a group plan. So if you do have a LLC that has a small number in it, this will actually help you able to get insurance. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I see no questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? What's that? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. You have another bill?
Yes, sir. We'll go to item 100, Senate Bill 2409, and make the usual motions.
Okay. Gentleman calls the bill up, rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
There is a strike off, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized to explain the strike-off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a mitigation bill that we brought up earlier. We went back to the House position. The only difference between this version and last version is the code sections weren't there to bring up the mitigation program for the wind pool on the coast. I still think they can do it. We were kind of doing it as a way to make sure they would have the ability to hire a third party, but a lot of people believe they can. We were just trying to make sure it could be done. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions. We need to adopt strike all. All those in favor of the strike all, you've heard the explanation, say aye. All those opposed, no. Strike all is adopted. You're back on the bill.
No questions. I move final passage.
Move final passage. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes.
Insurance yields.
Marine Resources. We have a winner. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2263, usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have a strike-off.
You have a strike-off. You're recognized to explain the strike-off.
All we did was replace the House language in this bill that we passed earlier in this session.
That's your explanation?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any questions. Okay, so let's adopt the strike-all. All those in favor of the strike-all say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, we're back on the bill.
This is the same probable cause bill that we passed earlier in the House here. It's just requiring DMR and Wildlife and Fisheries to have probable cause to stop a boater. As an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions.
Final passage.
Moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. You have another bill?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2634, call it up, make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
This is also the same bill that we passed earlier in the House. It's just allowing DMR to pay reserve patrol officers during special needed events. It is no additional money to their budget. That's the explanation of the bill.
You have a question?
Yes, sir.
We don't have any questions.
Move final passage.
Move to final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. AET. Okay, let's suspend business just for 1 minute. Okay, we've gone through the calendar. So, Clerk, do we have any announcements?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hang on one second. Clerk's got an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For tomorrow, local and private will meet at 9:30 in room 103.
Okay, we have some gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I want to hold a bill on a motion to reconsider. Item 101, Senate Bill 2588, I'd like to hold that on a motion to reconsider.
Okay, that'll be done. We'll notify the chairman and vice chairman. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 77 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2699. Hold it on the motion.
Item number 77?
Yes, sir.
We'll let
2699.
the chairman and vice chairman know. Gentleman from Kemper, Mr. Jackson.
To the vote, Mr. Speaker. Item number 101, Senate Bill 2588. I'd like to change my vote and my designated vote from yea to nay.
Any objection? Not, we'll do that. Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 94, Senate Bill 2787, on a motion, please.
Okay, we'll do that. Notify the chairman and vice chairman. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the House Technology Committee and the House State Affairs that we have a joint Senate and House meeting in the morning at 8:30 in room 409. In the morning.
Okay. Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request unanimous consent to change mine and my desk mate's vote and the gentleman from Hines on House Bill, Senate Bill 2588, item number 101, from yea to nay.
Okay. Gentleman from Panola, Mr. Jackson, or Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A request. I would like to request to change my vote and my desk mate vote, Ms. Carkerham vote on item 101, Senate Bill 2588, from yea to nay.
Any objection? If not, we'll do that. Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to hold Senate Bill number 2566, item number 32, 2566 on a motion to reconsider, and I'd like to change my vote on Senate Bill 2588 from yea to nay.
Okay, if there's no objection. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the vote, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to change my vote from present to yea on item 51, Senate Bill 2828.
If there's no objection, we'll do that. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 28, Senate Bill 2794, on a motion to reconsider.
What item was that, sir?
Item 28, Senate
28?
Bill 2794.
Okay. Okay, we'll do that. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to change my vote from on Bill 5358, I believe, from yea to no.
Y'all get that? Okay, we'll do that. No objection. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggins.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. On item number 18, Senate Bill 2849, I'd like to hold it on a motion.
We'll notify the chairman, vice chairman. Thank you. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
To the vote, Mr. Speaker, I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 101, Senate Bill, and my desk mate, Jonathan from Hines, from nay to yea, Senate Bill 2588. From yea to nay. From yea to nay.
Yea to nay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no objection, we'll do that. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, on your desk, you will find this flyer. It's asking everyone you can join the AFL-CIO for dinner and cocktails, 4767 I-55 South Frontage Road, today from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Gentleman from Knoxville, Mr. Meekins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, Senate Bill 2588, I'd like to change from yay to nay.
If there's no objection, we'll do that. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Inquiry, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a rule about who could be on the House floor. Is that correct?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I think we have a rule about who can be on the House floor, but who dare to open that corner? I got to put my glass. Oh, that's former Representative Mary Coleman is here with us. Let's give her a hand from Hines County. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other announcement. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
A couple of announcements, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look on your desk, we have two brochures. One is the Mississippi Tourism 2025 highlights. Take a moment, look at the numbers inside there, show you how important tourism to the state. And the other small brochure is with the Tourism Association. Same numbers, but it's easier to put in your pocket so you can talk about tourism when people know what's going on in our state. And the other announcement is, again, tonight's the legislative reception. It's a ticketed event, should be on your desk tonight from 5 to 7 at the South. And it's an Elvis impersonator. Brandon Bennett will be there. So thank you very much.
I don't see anything further. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
You heard the motion. House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning. All those in favor say aye. No. Ayes have it. 10 a.m. in the morning.